Okay. Just going live here, everybody. Let me get on to that one important factor where I actually have to push the live button. And we're just waiting. There we go. Go live. It's a new way. Everything's changed how I do this, by the way. But I'm live. Welcome, everyone, to Hash Church. Welcome to a 9 a.m. PST Sunday morning Hash Church, Season 12, Episode 13. The Kootenay episode. Very excited for this episode. There's a lot of my friends that were unable to make it, but there are some who were also able to make it. So we'll focus on the ones who are able to make it. In the meantime, really quickly, as we do here on Hash Church, I'm going to shout out our sponsors because they're awesome, they helpful, and we have great appreciation for them. So, without further ado, we're going to shout out the Press Club. Today's episode of Hash Church is proudly supported by the Press Club, California brothers obsessed with hash and everything solventless, just like us. Their journeys didn't start as a business, actually. It started as a family back in 2014 when a loved one wasn't finding relief through conventional medicine. They turned back to the plant they'd respected their whole lives, which is awesome when you think about it. They knew cannabis had medicinal power, but they needed something cleaner. That search led them to the solventless, using nothing but water, heat, and pressure to let the plant express itself honestly. That light bulb moment turned into washing, pressing, experimenting, and eventually realizing how hard it was to find truly first quality, high quality rosin bags and solventless tools that were made in America and still affordable. So they did what real hash heads do. They built the solution themselves. The Press Club stands for clean, process, conscious intention, and tools made by people who actually live the culture, not corporations chasing trends. We're grateful to have the Press Club supporting Hash Church and the wider solventless community, family-run, purpose-driven, and rooted in why hash matters in the first place. Much love to the Press Club, and thank you for supporting Hash Church. We appreciate you more than you can know. At Hash Church, we talk a lot about ritual, respect for the plant, and elevating the experience, and that's exactly why we're proud to be supported by Puffco. Puffco continues to set the standards for modern consumption with tools built for people who truly care about flavor, temperature, and intentional use. From the Puffco Peak Pro with the 3D XL bowl delivering consistent heat, bigger hits, and unmatched terp expression, to the Proxy redefining modular ritual-based consumption, and the Pivot bringing true Puffco performance into a compact everyday format. These aren't gadgets, they're purpose-built tools for hash and solventless, and we're generally grateful for Puffco's continued support of Hash Church, our guests, and our communities. Their belief in education, culture, and quality helps us keep these conversations alive. You can support the brands that support the culture by visiting puffco.com and explore their lineup and experience what intentional design really feels like. Puffco, elevate the ritual. Yeah, I'm elevating the ritual right now, or at least I am going to be here in the near future. There we go. Last and finally, not least, at Hash Church, we wouldn't be here without the pioneers who helped define solventless extraction, and bubble bags are a cornerstone of that history. We're part of it. Bubble bags helped introduce the world to ice water extraction, giving growers and hash makers a simple, effective way to separate resin using nothing but water, ice, and agitation. Decades later, their bags remain a trusted tool for people who care about purity, process, and tradition. From home runs to professional washes, bubble bags continue to support true solventless craft, allowing the plant to speak for itself. We're proud to be supported by Bubble Bags and grateful for their ongoing support of Hash Church, our guests, and the global hash community. Their commitment, my commitment, to quality and accessibility has empowered generations of makers. You can support the brands that built the culture by visiting www.bubblebag.com and explore our extraction bags and accessories and keep that solventless tradition alive. Bubble bags, water, ice, and hash. There it is. There it is. So shout out to those fellows. And we got some folks here in the room that I'm going to let in real quick. Some participants. Let's see what we got. We got Twice Baked. We got Kelly Walker, Lori, and Caleb Chen. Caleb is in the house. Make sure everything's going good. You guys can hear me proper, I hope, in the chat room there. Bingo. Just let me know if you can't hear me. Stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. Well, I can't control that. bit rates and whatnot. How's it going, guys? Oh,
Great.
Kelly made it.
Yo,
Kelly. I love that Kelly's here.
yo, what up,
Hey,
Pam? What up, Mike?
Nice to
Yeah,
see you.
yeah. I was reaching out to Shannon to see if she was going to come on, and she wasn't feeling it. She's a little bit distraught with the whole situation that she's in right now. But she suggested Kelly. She's like, you got to get Kelly on, man. Kelly's got the passion. Kelly's so awesome. She's sending me videos. She's like, look at how passionate he is. I'm like, well, you had me at Kelly. Like, bring him in. So welcome,
Kelly.
guys. Welcome, Mike. Long time no see. Welcome, Pam.
morning.
Oh,
Lori.
God.
Welcome to Lori.
Hello.
Welcome to Caleb Chen.
Yeah.
Hey, Marcus. Don't think we've ever had the chance to meet, so it's good to see you today, and thanks for having us here.
Yeah, absolutely. Pam reached out and sort of broke down what she was kind of trying to do and what she was a part of. And I thought, well, that sounds pretty awesome. I have such a strong connection to the Kootenays. For someone that doesn't get to go there as often as I would like to. Got to shout out Che for bringing me out for the Unicorn Cups a couple years in a row. Because had I not gone out then, it really had been a very long time for me since I went to the Kootenays. I started going to the Kootenays in 1990, where I hooked up with Nick from Still Eagle. Well, my first trip, I stayed at Nick's apartment right above his hemp store there. And we were kind of the hemp guys from Manitoba. My partner, Martin Moravchik, and Alex Schwieski, and John Gio. Those guys all went on to create Manitoba Harvest and Fresh Hemp Foods. But before that, we would kind of come out to the Kootenays and we'd link up with the Holy Smokes guys. We'd link up with Dustin, R.I.P. to him, and Alan Middlemiss and Paul DeFelice, and even Terry, the old school guy that used to make all the red oil in the Kootenays. And it was just such a unique group of absolute maniacs. The twin brothers, Dave, and oh my God, what are the twin Paul and Dave, old deadhead Kootenay guys who were from that era as well, the early 90s. And they kind of took us under their wing and they brought us up on the mountain and they got us, well, before we went on the mountain, we were mixing super soils on the tarps and we were packing those into bags with the pots and the shovels and putting them into the trucks and covering everything because they were like, yeah, they do roadblocks out here. I'm like, what do you mean? Like all we have is like, earth and pots and shovels. Yeah, that's what they're looking for, man. We got to hide it. I'm like, you're kidding me, right? And so it was really kind of my first outdoor grow education came from the Kootenays in the early 90s. You know, those guys were really doing it. They were paying attention on a level that most of the rest of Canada, unless you were it. The other thing I should say, there were other people in Canada doing it, but the Kootenays was like this kind of Humboldt area where the rest of Canada was a little bit like Texas. They were doing it, but they weren't telling anyone about it. The Kootenays was telling everyone about it. And it didn't help that they had like the 14-year-old kids with the pagers, like making deals in the early 90s, just in the town. It was so easy to find people who were in Nelson or surrounding areas who were there to buy weed. They stuck out like a sore thumb. And God bless them for that, really. I mean, you guys, the Kootenays changed cannabis in British Columbia. You know, they really did in a massive way. And it's crazy because you guys are so far over from Vancouver, where a lot of the business for cannabis would happen in those days, that you guys were much closer to Alberta than you actually were to, you know, where most of these sales were going down, which was, you know, as a buyer, if I had to buy a bunch of herbs, sure, I'd go to the Kootenays, but then I'd have to deal with getting it from the Kootenays to Vancouver. And it was always better if you could just kind of convince those people, hey, you just bring it up to Vancouver and it's gone, man. I swear, I promise. Lots has changed in those 25 to 30 years. Now you guys have an entire legal market. I remember seeing Kevin Jodfrey speak a couple years ago. It might have even been more because I'm old now. Fucking years are popping by like you wouldn't believe. It might have been 5 or 6 years. But he was trying to explain to all the Humboldt guys that you don't have to worry about your individual brands because the brand is actually Humboldt. And when he said that, and I saw him go into it, because Kev's brilliant and he's got the art of, you know, the gift of gab, and he's just able to execute his vision of what he's trying to say. And he really got into my head the entire time. I thought, well, that's what the Kootenays is. That's what the Kootenays is. The Kootenays is the brand. And all of you guys under that brand, it's amazing, but always make sure you remember that the real brand of your brand is the Kootenays. So welcome, Pamela. Welcome, Mike. Pamela, why don't you give us a little lowdown, little introduction on this project, the email that you sent me, basically just kind of letting everyone know, hey, this is how we went about doing this.
Okay.
And nice to see you both.
Yeah, nice to see you too. Thank you for having us, because I guess the reason I reached out to you is because the Kootenays comes up on Hash Church all the time. And what is happening over here is pretty cool. And like you said, it's like an area that's like no others. Michael and I have been here this is going on 4 years, I think. And like similar, we also ran into Che and went to the Unicorn Cup and was enamored by the culture here. And so, in doing that, I work deeply in the cannabis industry, and there's a project going on over here started by a woman named Dr. Tracy Harvey. She's a researcher at Selkirk College here, and she did her, what is the word, dissertation about the cannabis industry here. And she's been researching and doing like quite a body of work actually about just how legalization has impacted the growing here, and how legalization is continuing to change just the scene here, and also just to help break stigma and stereotypes of like the stereotype is that being in the cannabis industry is part of a like very violent and criminal network, and that's changed, and just to change that stigma as well. So she applied for a grant and received her federal funding for a 3-year project that helps to bring economic development and incentivization into the West Kootenay region and the Kootenay boundary region. And within that, we've been she has been reaching out to every licensed grow and unlicensed, just like keeping in touch with all the growers that are here. And currently, with this 3-year project, they've determined that there's going to be like basically 5 little pilot projects within the project, and us being here is part of the storytelling pilot project. And I'll just tell you about that first. Is over the next year, we're building a documentary about the Kootenay growers here and the Kootenay collective in particular, which I'll get to in a sec. And I'm building a film festival where we can premiere this amazing documentary that's going to happen next year in Nelson, BC. And within that, we're just trying to get people's stories out. So all these licenses that are here, we have about 20 of them that are actually licensed. They're micro cultivators for the most part, and they are
20 so far.
Yeah, 20 so far. And for like reference, when we moved here, there was about like 6. So in the past 4 years, it's like tripled or quadrupled, if you will. And that's positive.
They estimate there was about 20,000 grows in the Kootenays at the peak of the 90s.
Yeah. So
Hell
like
yeah.
Yeah, right. In the Slocan Valley, it's estimated that 1 out of every 2 homes had an active grow, which is crazy. And it's not like that anymore. I've asked around, being like, how many grows do you think still exist in this valley? And I'm like, is it over 20? Is it over like non-licensed? And I haven't got a straight answer, but it's definitely not 1 out of every 2.
No. I think that probably changed around the time California started to pick up to just be California. I don't even know what they were doing. Like, it was only when California decided not to be California that BC became BC. We were just sending so much flour down to the US. But I guess California really, I think, shifted that long before we shifted into legal cannabis here in Canada. I think California just kind of deciding like, hey, what exactly are we doing? Like, we're California. And then they, then they started growing all that weed and shipping it out to everywhere. I saw a guy the other day say that when California can export weed around the world, that he was very confident in the fact that why would they want anyone else's weed except California's? And I think the Kootenays will give them a good run for their money on a smaller level. Obviously, California is monstrous, and if there was 20,000 grows in the Kootenays, I'm sure there were hundreds of thousands of grows in California. Caleb,
Yeah.
you've got a good sort of finger on the pulse in California. Are you guys familiar with Caleb and what he's kind of been doing over there? Because it really plugs in and fits into. I feel like it was a good plug in to have him here today for the Kootenay show to share a little bit of what he's doing on in regards to bringing that knowledge to the forefront, working with the university there in Humboldt, and
With
doing
Dominic
similar things.
Also, like I know Dominic from Seattle, so I haven't met Caleb in person, but it's really say hi to Dominic for me when you see him next. Like,
I will. I will. We invited him. Maybe he'll jump on. But
cool.
very much it's we also have like a little 3-year funded project, and we're also doing like essentially a story pilot as part of like a 5-section thingamajig. So I'm seeing very many analogies, and I'm just so happy to see that there's more funded research along this same path. And definitely I've heard so much about the Kootenays, through Hash Church, but also looking online, and it definitely seems like a like historical period and a unique thing like worldwide. And like one question I have is, I'd heard before that like BC was like actively not prosecuting grows like in the 90s at a certain portion of time, and like this kind of like even predates like medical in the United States anywhere, as kind of like maybe the most obvious example of like de facto cultivation decrim. And I guess I'm wondering, like, did that extend all the way out to the Kootenays, not just like around Vancouver? And I apologize if that's a dumb geographic question from an American.
Yeah, so I'll dive quickly into historical context. There's been cannabis grown in the Kootenays for 100 years, probably 150. So potentially thousands. We won't get into archaeological evidence, but we know that cannabis was brought by the Doukhobors, which settled in the Kootenay, first in Saskatchewan and then the Kootenay region about 100 years ago. Prior to that, there were settlers on, coming west on the Oregon Trail that likely brought cannabis in the form of hemp canvas long before there were any regulations with it. So many of, when the Doukhobors ended up coming, they were fleeing religious prosecution in Eastern Europe, Russia primarily. They settled there. They were a kind of communalist society. So they were, trying to set up communal land grants, essentially where a whole community would own land. And eventually the government, started trying to assign land to individual families, which led to a lot of upheaval and kind of a fracturing between that community. They kind of all scattered. But there's been a long history of people essentially moving to the Kootenays to live off grid, live back to the land. We're a fairly remote part of the country. We're 4 hours to the closest Costco. Our flights regularly are canceled in and out of the local airports because the airports are fairly mountainous.
Cancel Gar.
Yeah.
It's real.
It's a real thing. So it's easier to drive to places like, Kelowna or Spokane to fly out than it is to, maybe not get out of Castlegar Trail. Or from there, you need to have a private flying license to, bring a single prop in and out. So when you have areas that are relatively hard to get to,
Weed.
Yeah, it's
Weed.
just like NorCal.
I'm not muted.
It's easy to find the grows in the Central Valley. It's a lot harder in the network of mazes up in the Emerald Triangle, and so is true here. We call it the mountain mist, the emerald fog, and there's tons of mountains, tons of valleys, and many of those areas that were logged over the last 50 years, entrepreneurial homesteaders realized, hey, after they log, it's got 30 years before a logging company is going to show back up. So you see things like, many of the drip line, drip tape, what we know of it as modern day irrigation, came out of growers setting up watering patches back in the backwoods. Um, Other things like, carbon filters. One of the original carbon filter manufacturer was based in the Kootenays until they were bought out by a public company and moved out of the region. But that facility is now a licensed grow. So
is that Woody Nelson? Is that what they? Yeah, okay. Because I knew that building well when I can't remember her name, the owner of what was it? Something Can.
Can fan.
can filter.
Kootenay can
And
fan.
Kootenay, wasn't the
Can-
grow store Kootenay Growers something? Kootenay Grower. There was a grow store associated with it.
yeah,
I don't.
Kootenay Brewer Supply. Um,
Oh yeah, yeah.
So yeah, they got bought, and then the building sat empty after the public company decided to move production away from the Kootenays, to areas where manufacturing is easier, supply chains are easier. We also saw that in Grand Forks. There was a company, Gaia, that was set up in Grand Forks, Gaia Nutrients, that was acquired over the last decade, and production left Grand Forks, and actually the son of the family restarted the company. Frankia nutrients are actually made here in the Kootenays, along with Dragonfly. Dragonfly is based in the Kootenays. Josh, I think you got your production here as well as down in Oregon, right?
We only have collaborative farms, DEM pure farms down there. We don't have any cannabis farms. We did. We had, we started cannabis growing in Eugene in the early 90s, but then we basically moved up here onto the land. We discovered the Kootenays from Oregon. But I love everything you're saying.
But I've never heard, like, I've heard Mike say this about the Doukhobors. Like, do you think a lot of people were growing cannabis in the 1900s in Nelson? Because from the old school guys that I spoke with, the major, cultural influence was from the American draft dodgers, the hippies, and the counterculture folks during the Vietnam War, late 60s,
Mark.
early 70s. That's when all my friends were like, because they didn't even know how to flower cannabis before that. They were just like, they grow the leaf as sativa, like long narrow leaf drug cultivars, and never. I mean, you guys were doing it in California even. Imagine how bad it was up in Canada trying to grow like this crazy narrow leaf drug cultivar that's just like in October still just these little leaves. So it would be interesting to see. I know Skunk Man Sam with the skunk #1. It would be. I tried so desperately to get some of my old school friends on here. I tried to reach out to Paul DeFelice, but then I saw he was following Mark Carney. So no, I'm just joking. And I was trying to get.
They got Basil from Ellison's on here.
Yeah, I was trying to get Alan Middlemiss on there as well. I was like, oh, I'll get. You like that one, eh, Kelly?
Yeah, it was good.
I really did. I went in to find Alan Middlemiss in his followers because I somehow have misplaced Alan's. Alan is like literally.
You should have just told us. He lives in the Caslo.
I know, but it was like this morning, like the last minute. I was like, "Oh, Alan would be great to have on. We can do a part 2. That's for sure."
He's probably watching. Tell him to DM us, and
yeah,
he watches the show. I know. So
awesome.
Yeah, regarding the draft dodgers, so they came up here and made families, and their kids are now, like, a lot of their kids are working in the industry on some level, which is super interesting. So like the culture is now generations deep as far as like how cannabis is in each family. And that's part of the special part of like this whole project. And like I said, the storytelling is one part. There's also export, because a lot of these guys, like, they're not really selling in the domestic market right now. They're selling overseas. And also creating a collective. So we've got the Kootenay Collective that has been started. It's a nonprofit, and it helps to just bring everybody together and create this like quality standard that we expect coming out of the Kootenays, so that people can associate that with the Kootenays, similar to Humboldt or Champaign or, any of these regions that are creating,
I'm gonna add a little bit of history to, can everybody hear me at all? Oh yeah, there we
Yeah,
go.
go, Lori.
Certainly I'm from Kimberley, so we were in the East Kootenays. So certainly a little bit tougher to grow in those kinds of areas. Elevation's really high there. So, I mean, I knew guys that used to take all their soil and equipment up on skidoos in the winter time so that they weren't traveling up those back roads with truckloads of equipment and soil and stuff. Because, yeah, nobody wanted to get busted, that's for sure. And one of the things that really made the Kootenays stand out, I think, is because our winters can be really harsh and not everywhere is nice to grow. We embraced the technology. As soon as the technology was available to grow indoors, that's where we all got our basements going, right? At least. And if we had a chicken coop out in the back that was serviceable, we did that too, and so on and so forth. So, I'm probably one of the older ones here. And I started growing cannabis in the 90s for sure. That was the heyday for me. That was my 20s basically. So it was a really good time, and but it was still really hush hush. We were very close to Alberta, so a lot of stuff certainly traveled over to Alberta. And then as things progressed and things started to come around, the Kootenays really did just make it well known that they produced cannabis. I think you got it right, where like 1 out of every 2 homes had a grow of some kind on it at one point. Legalization has certainly changed that. But yeah, I mean, there are many, many, many cannabis growers in our area, and we've all been experimenting with all the different kinds and ways of extraction and really embracing the cannabis industry. Another thing that really made the cannabis industry big in the Kootenay area was because logging and mining shut down there for quite a while. Kimberley's Kaminko used to be, Kimberley was founded on mining. And when the mine shut down, certainly there were a lot of people that embraced cannabis as a second income because it was really tough to stay in BC without a really good job. And still our region suffers in that way. So you'll still find a lot of people grow. Business might not be as good as it used to be, but yeah, people just kind of get hooked on growing too. So there's a lot of passionate people in our area, and certainly a lot of history. Definitely the 60s played a massive role in bringing a lot of people into the Kootenay Lake region too. And that's where we're located, is basically at the southern point of Kootenay Lake. We're about 10 kilometers from the Idaho border and right on a main highway, Highway 21. So it's a great location. We're really hoping to get into the tourism and really excited about our collective that we've formed up here. There's a lot of really amazing companies that are finally getting traction and making a name for themselves, and I just love that we are all coming together and highlighting our stories and making sure that Kootenay does rival Humboldt, because we did before, we can again. You bet.
Yeah, and really, interesting that the Kootenay's success has always relied on export. It's an export spot. Like, the people who are growing there are not the customers to buy that flower. They'll trade, they smoke it, they love it, but it's their passion that they're exporting. And for the very, very longest time, I mean, when they say the longest unprotected border, dude, it is unbelievable how many pathways there were in the Kootenays right into the US. You could just walk a trail with a backpack. Boom. You're like, just, hey, what's going on? It was so just the way it was for so long that now so many years later, yes, after 9/11, that things changed drastically. But now you see the full circle. Pam just mentioned where's a lot of the Kootenay flower going? It's going overseas. It's being exported. I'm sure it's probably being exported to Australia, maybe a little bit to New Zealand, probably Eventually some stuff going to Germany.
Israel.
Australia.
Yeah, Australia's a big one. They're one of the big ones that take a lot of Canadian flower for sure. I
I
think
would
they can go ahead.
go ahead. No, I don't want to interrupt you, please.
No,
Yeah,
brother.
I was
First
just
of
going to
all,
add to,
first of
I
all,
was,
welcome.
dude, you kidding me? Hash
No,
Church. I love it. Thank you so
good.
much. And infinite respect and love to the Kootenays because in all honesty, it fully changed our lives. I mean, we changed our lives because of the Kootenays, whatever, however you want to put it. But and we're in the same era, I think, as Lori. You know, we were kids in the 80s. We were on Dead Tour. We were in Eugene in the 90s. We had a child in the 90s. We discovered the Kootenays and became cannabis refugees because of it. But I'll say, as far as the historical aspect of the Kootenays, which is it's in line completely with Oregon and California as far as time wise. I mean, there's 40 million people in California, so it's very easy to develop a lot of stories with 40 million people. And when there's like 10,000 or 20,000 people in one area, which is the Kootenays, it really changes everything. But here in the village that we live in, we had a group of Quakers come from California in the 50s. So they were in the 50s, they were already disgusted with the way of life in America and the way that the government, it was McCarthyism at the time. We've gone through so many isms and schisms, haven't we? Here we are talking about the 50s, the McCarthyism. The Quakers were going to go to Idaho or Washington, and then even the mining back in the day, all the mining went to Spokane. Spokane funded all the mining up here in the 1900s. So easy connection, right? Lori lives on the bottom of Kootenay Lake. We live on the top of Kootenay Lake, 100 kilometers away from each other on a very long lake filled with glacial fed mountain peaks, which one just goes, you can walk 7, 10 days down these canyons on no trails. So some people just came up here because we wanted to live close to the land. We wanted to have home births. We wanted to do herbalism. We wanted to build all of our own housing. We wanted to do we're not trying to make steel or computers. I mean, obviously, I don't need to go there. But we, as much as we can do, like we're self-reliant human beings. We chose this area because it's wild. And it's not about branding. It's about can you live here? Like, can you make this a lifestyle? Can you live 2 hours away from your town and still have a business and import and export and all that stuff? We found a niche like the other families here. And there's so many amazing people here in the Kootenays, so many potent people that really did it on their own, even though we're a community.
Dude, you said it.
Go ahead.
It's the niche. It's the niche. What you just said, we found a niche. That's what the Kootenays is. It's like thousands of niches just all plugged into there. I mean, even just the homes that I used to visit, dude. I'd go into these homes and be like, this house looks like you just built it yourself with no knowledge on how to build a house. And he'd be like,
You
I did.
did.
I did. And it's something about that made it special. Like I didn't look at it like it was sketchy and going to collapse. I was like, this is amazing. You don't have to follow the rules. You can, like, in all aspects, the Kootenays is the truest first place I ever saw a whole, like, everyone just not following the rules.
Our building here where we're located, it produced cannabis for decades.
Awesome.
We were not the first ones here at this building. It used to be, it was Kootenay Ag Equipment. It still says so on the front of the building. It does not say Kootenay Aeroponic on there. But it was, it serviced the farmers here for God, generations. This building was built in the 50s. And it's just a great big concrete block building. And then they turned it into a tractor repair on the upper level and kept the bottom level as their retail farm supply. So this building has been here for a really long time. And certainly the people at some point, they gave up on the business and let the place get run down. So Chuck managed to get it at auction in I think it was 2012 that he was already here in this building growing for another fella that had the building. And that, the deal went sour, I guess, with the bank. And yeah, Chuck ended up being able to get this building at auction. And, it's really kind of funny in my hometown, our hometown here in Creston, everybody knows this place as the Grow Up. It's just always been the Grow Up. It's never been known as anything else other than way back in the day, it used to be Kootenay Ag Equipment.
It also produces a lot of grains, not to interrupt you, but it's really cool that you have a lot of grains and a lot of also fruit and stuff. It's a super beautiful grow zone down there.
Yeah, it is. Creston is unique too. It's a lot like the Okanagan because we are so close to Kootenay Lake. So the climate is just beautiful here for fruit trees, everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so the terroir of the Kootenays, I mean, you've got everything from marble, subsoil, sandstone, a lot of volcanic and metamorphic rock. This part of the Rocky Mountains that essentially crumpled over on itself. So pretty much everywhere we grow, every grow that I go to has its own unique kind of terroir, and everyone has like slightly different subsurface rocks. A lot of it's metamorphic, but then has some combination of sand, subsoil, because we have about a 3.5 million year geographic profile stacked into these different mountains and valleys. Shay. So like every one of these unique gardens, some of the most beautiful gardens I've seen in North America have been, permaculture gardens where they've got, fruit trees, blueberries, huckleberries growing interplanted with their crops. Dragonflies, probably one of the prettiest gardens, along with rosebud, white grizzly here in the Slocan.
Oh, yeah. Growers
Dude,
next level.
yeah, she's able to not only grow her own food, but also has a variety of different animals that she's feeding with her cannabis leaves.
She sells me cannabis infused turkeys. They're not infused; they're cannabis fed turkeys.
No, they have not been tested nor shown to have any cannabinoids in the meats when they are delivered.
They're delicious.
But they are delicious, and when you look at historically, 50 years ago plus 100 years ago before prohibition, there was a large percentage of many of the animals' diets were made out of various grains, including cannabis. So when you go to places like Morocco, Nepal, those areas, they will feed their excess seeds to their animals, and those animals, while living in a fairly intense environment, they still are able to thrive. And we're seeing the same thing here. This climate is fairly similar to the Himalayan mountains. We're up in the mountain valleys. We get nice cool nights and early winters. So growing long flowering sativas is difficult, but there are people that do it. Not only people indoors that do it, God's work. Yeah, Lori, I think we had a laugh about this a couple of weeks ago, and you're growing in sativas indoors in one of the most beautiful climates in the world. But it's something that, like, outside of the tropics where you can grow for 10 months out of the year, it's really hard to do. But people are oftentimes growing unique strains that are the newest strains, but they know they grow well in this climate and produce awesome hash or extracts. And then they're able to have bred them with other varietals from around the world that have essentially been able to adapt to this climate. So
I'll tell you the first.
I mean, certainly we embrace the aeroponic here for sure. And the inside, because it can be, I mean, hats off to all of the outdoor farmers. Certainly I have nothing but mad respect for what they do, especially the regenerative guys out there. It's amazing. I mean, one of the things that we really embraced about aeroponics, especially for this building, is just the simple fact that we use 70% less fertilizer. We use about 90% less water. We could even if we could recapture our water and do the reverse osmosis thing. If we could get that in line, then basically we don't use any water at all. And yeah, 70% less fertilizers and foods used in our products. So that's one of the great things about aeroponics. The other great thing is that there's no heavy lifting. It's a really simple and easy way to grow, and you can do some really fantastic things with aero. That's one of the advantages that I have to do those sativas inside, because yeah, they are longer flowering and it does cost more money to grow them, but it's worth it. Everything happens really fast with aeroponics, so that's one of the reasons why we're able to do that. And
Yeah. And I'd assume the Aero will give you a bit of an advantage in the nursery side. You guys are selling plants to the stores as well, right?
Yeah.
With
We
Aero,
used to do all of our starts by Aero. Now we've moved away from that and we use easy plugs because they go into our system really, really well. We don't have to worry about them at all. So we have moved to using those guys, and I do love using them. They work so well. And yeah, I've got lots of clones coming out this spring for sure. And I've got wild strawberry bubble brains on the market right now. They're in the central delivery, and those guys are bubble hash coated. And yeah, we're just, trying to rock on forward. And times have been tough, obviously, for a lot of us and across the country. So, it's really nice to just try to talk about our story and get it out there so that more of our products are recognized and people are after them.
Totally. You should say you. Oh, sorry,
Strawberry
Pam.
bubble brains. Is that an infused joint? What is that?
Yeah, they're double infused. So those guys are double infused and then they're hash coated. So yeah, they're really nice. They smoke really nice, but we love our bubble hash. So yeah, we have to make sure that it kind of takes the spotlight on those for sure.
If you're a pet owner who wants real talk on training, behavior, and everyday life with animals, check out the Fresh Patch Podcast. Hosted by Drew and Gabe, we cover the wins, the challenges, and everything in between. So wherever you listen, search the Fresh Patch Podcast, where good pets get it.
Awesome. I had a bunch of things I wanted to say. I think I'll go back to when I probably was between 17 and 19 years old the first time I ended up in the Kootenays. And I'm pretty certain I drove there with my friends from Manitoba. And this is when we met all these characters. But I just remember being from such a very flat place. The profound shift in energy of the mountains and the forest in the Kootenays, just from the time we hit it. Like Alberta was all kind of gnarly, like Manitoba and Saskatchewan, but then we kind of got into the foothills and Banff and Jasper and these sort of beautiful Rocky Mountains, and then getting through to the Kootenays was just I'll just never really forget it. I was in awe like the whole time. I was just like, I need to be here. Like it was the beginning of my
Kootenay time.
Yeah.
One reason is,
exactly.
and I want to hear from Che and people that haven't talked, but the one thing about this area that we'll just touch on is it's the only inland temperate rainforest in the world. So it's an inland rainforest. We're in between the Okanagan, which is super dry, and really the Rockies they're dry, like it's a drier mountain range. And then you have the Columbia River Trench, and then the Fraser and the Columbia. It's pretty wild. You have to check it out yourself later. But it is a beautiful environment and it's unique. And you do feel a change when you come into it. Just everything changes, especially when you go to Rosebud Farm. It's even more. I mean, honestly, though, like that farm and going to Unicorn and Rosebud Farm over the years and getting to know you, Che, and watching that area, you become one with that zone. I mean, clearly it's one of the really unique biospheres of the Kootenays with that lake, with those things. I just love to hear some of your thoughts. You're beautiful. I love your family and your business.
Ditto.
My mic off here. Thanks for your patience with me this morning. Everything changes when you have a young child at home, like your schedule. It's to be flexible. Thanks for the invitation, Marcus, and it's great to see so many friends in one place. Thank you for those wonderful words. Josh, I think you win the award for the coolest background, hands down today. I missed where you are, but
It is hash church, so this is Prague. This is a little baby Jesus, which is a funny, but we'll talk about that later.
baby Jesus is cool. Thanks for the nice words about Rosebud too. We're really grateful to have ended up being a custodian to such an amazing piece of land. And the only thing that was missing for so many years is all of you, everyone else. It felt like selfish to just enjoy it alone. It felt like the real reward is actually getting other people here to enjoy it and experiencing like a child experiences things for the first time and you get to experience it through their eyes. And that's the coolest part about having people come enjoy this space. We get to experience it through their eyes and feel that excitement and connection again. And it is a really powerful spot in my opinion. And we're a mile from Shambhala, and it's sort of recognized around the world as this Shambhala, as this place of raised energy and connection and frequency and all those sort of things we won't go too far into on this. But I feel it here too, and people tell me they feel the same thing. There's something special in the air here. Maybe the indigenous might call those places like a power spot. And it's a really great place to reconnect with nature. It seems like the longer we're here, the more we'd actually connect with nature. And it's like the ceiling keeps raising of that connection with nature. You think, yeah, I've connected with nature, but then you connect a little deeper and you realize that this just keeps going. And I'm really glad to be able to put this on and have our community come together as well. It's really important. I mentioned it's challenging. It's been challenging and it may still be challenging, but we can put all that behind us. We just get together, celebrate the plant, our community, the culture, extracts. And yeah, it's a really great vibe. I think it's important for our community to have things like this.
I double that for sure. It was a super good vibe. The lake is beyond beautiful. The fact that it's full of these little painted turtles, they're just all super psychedelic, trippy little turtles. And when you're out on the lake, just hanging out on a paddleboard or something, they're just pop up next to you and kind of look at you with the side eye and head off to the shore. That was pretty cool. It was nice to be somewhat close to home in my own province.
Psychedelic turtle for you.
Oh, beautiful. Look at that.
That's a local artist here in Creston does these. And yeah, we're big on turtles here in Creston because we have a turtle crossing.
Of course you do. Of course you have a turtle crossing. That's
incredible. We have a little turtle crossing as well up here, and we have to be careful this time of year. Yeah. We have little cones on the road. Yeah. Look out for the little black blob that's going across the road.
Yeah, there's actually highway signs that have turtle crossing.
That's awesome. Very good.
We got mountain goat crossing as well, which is a cool looking sign. The mountain. I don't know if anyone's ever seen the white mountain goats. I mean, they look like gorillas. They're such an interesting, odd animal, and they're just all but they're very pretty.
Pretty gorillas.
A lot of coyotes and wolves. Lately, we've been hearing wolves in the mountains. So we don't normally hear that, but we have been lately. And it's just this amazing wolf noise just coming out of the mountain.
And I feel like when you hear the wolves, you got a healthy system going on.
How about I hear they're coming up from Yellowstone. Maybe someone knows more about that than I do, but that's what we hear in the area, the relocation. But and I'll just add the Kootenays here helped inspire the whole entire Dragonfly Earth Medicine movement. And as much as we're in the Kootenays, we really don't believe in borders, so we always, we're kind of from everywhere, but we're really been held here in this environment and learning about growing and living annually on a farm and a garden, preserving it, including cannabis, including flowers, pears, apples, everything, herbs. How do you keep basil nice all year? It sounds silly, maybe, but it's important, right? Because if you're going to save your own food, if there's a war happening, and maybe there's less fertilizer, maybe there's less food, maybe a good time to look into farming, or gardening. Let's just gardening and extracting and get your own bubble bags, like put some herb in the back of the yard, put it with other plants, watch it interact. I mean, it's actually the gift of it's the prize of being alive. In all honesty, it's a gift, and so yeah, and we keep getting given that gift in this environment. We're choosing all of our seeds right now, and coming up in a few more days to 2 more weeks, we start looking at planting our seeds because we really don't use clones on our property. We have, and we've taken clones, but really we like seeds. And we love the health that comes from them. We like the diversity that comes from it. It's kind of a source garden in that way. It's not about production, it's about exploration and education and fascination and man, so many words. And it's and then to share it with your children, and then to have them grow up and then have children and then have a grandchild. And it's like, damn, how we can't lose this. This can't be a business that then gets lost. So we have to we be mindful of that as we move forward. How is this our lifestyle to stay forever, and then maybe generational at that point? So those are the kind of things we think about here, on and in the decisions that we make in moving forward.
Well, cannabis has always taught me the main issue really is make sure that you can pivot. Follow your passion and pivot. I'd love to hear from Kelly.
Oh, I actually want to touch upon what Josh was saying and then kind of tie that into what Pam was mentioning about maintaining the Kootenays or establishing it as like the Chardonnay, Merlot, Bordeaux region for growing. And I think that is by the only way for true terroir to express itself is through seed. And I think that ties back into like I just had this weird thought because Kevin Jodrey said that the future of outdoor cannabis cultivation will be for resin production. And if like the Kootenays want to establish themselves as this area where terroir is known, then essentially what's necessary is breeding seeds outside in the soil where you're growing your flower, and then making hash from that specifically. And I think that that's going to be like because like I love good indoor flower too, but it's not a true expression of the region that it's grown in. And then obviously with hash, you're isolating those expressions even further. And so, yeah, just my sentiment on that. Shouts out to seeds outside.
I've heard more and more friends of mine, one in particular fairly serious breeder who also is like seeds are definitely, there's a reason they're seeds. It's not like they're fighting for second place. They're like literally how plants pass on their genetic code.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's not to say there's not magic in saving a clone. I mean, that's
Of course.
Totally.
that's where the business is. We know that. That's fine, and that's a great thing. And to know how to clone healthy and do that is powerful. But there's just nothing like the health of the seed. I mean, people have seen our Instagram page and the giant leaves and everything. I mean, I'm not saying they can't come from clones, but it is tapped in. You know what I mean? Like there's a difference, and we've learned how to catch all the natural triggers of the plant and then light up it. That's just what works for us and we love hash, right? And we know, and it's a goal. I think we're all going towards it. If we can produce a killer full term hash plant, like Che has them. I know Che does this. So you have produced full term. I think in the exploration of the new genetics, that's where maybe light depping makes sense, because then now you have a timeline on their flowering, and then all the expressions that come with it, and then you can say, whoa, there's the window I can use for the outdoor full term, you know.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on that? Please feel free to jump in. But yeah, hash is key. Thank you, Marcus, for the inspiration, and it continues to evolve what you can make out of a extract. And I love the brains, the double coated infused doobie and stuff. I mean, I like smoking hash with herb together. I feel like that's like the medicine way to go.
I believe that too. I very much believe that hash is one of the most medicinal substances on the planet, and thanks to cannabis, right? It's amazing stuff. I've used it for a long, long time for many, many reasons, whether you're relaxing or I think Bruce Lee used to eat hash almost every day as well, just to keep limber and relax and make sure that he recovered from injuries really fast, right? So yeah, it's a really, really, really important thing. So I really do appreciate being here, Bubble Man. I know that we use bubble bags all the time. We're very old school. We do the same old methods that we always used in the 90s and all the way along, right?
Nice.
It's just, yeah, it's an amazing life, a challenging life maybe, but it's amazing. And every day is an adventure.
Absolutely. And you know what? I'll take the challenging all day long to remove the prohibition of cannabis where my brothers and sisters were getting jailed. Not necessarily in Canada, although my mentor Ron did do 11 years in a federal penitentiary in Manitoba for growing cannabis, which is really a crime against humanity. And then all my other friends.
Chuck did time. Yeah, my partner Chuck did time in Alberta because he had one of the very first medical grows there through the MMAR program. And the only reason he got busted was because he was having such a difficult time finding a physician to sign off on his prescription. So there you have it. They just about ruined his life, almost, lost his property, the whole 9 yards. Certainly a lot of damage to his property because they were pretty mean in Alberta when it came to cannabis cultivation. So when they decided to bust into Chuck's place, they did it in the dead of winter and left his doors wide open and he was off to jail. So that shit's real. And we've certainly have really good close friends that have gone through nothing but hell because of prohibition with their little girl who had one of those awful seizure disorders and providing cannabis for their daughter and other little girls and little boys like her. And they went through hell. They're out of the cannabis industry, so to speak, as far as the legal part of it, but they're living life up in Prince George and away from all of the rat race, and just they've decided that they just don't want to be a part of it anymore. And that's why. And it was really traumatic and really tragic. And there's a lot of stories like that.
That's why I'm willing to be happy that that is in the rear view mirror and we can just have things a little harder. Maybe we don't have the $4,000 pounds, but also, Chuck's not getting his door kicked in the dead of winter and going to jail. So
that's right.
I'll take that.
Me too. Any day.
I think it's fair to say that both don't work. And I'm not saying I want one over the other because both of them don't work. Like there's not every other person is not a grower anymore here. Yeah, I don't know.
No, but that was based on the prohibition of cannabis. Because of the jail times made the prices so high. That was the value, right? And a lot of these legal companies tried to keep that same value. I think, here's a perfect example. Glass pipes. Remember when glass pipes were selling for $30,000 and $40,000 and $50,000 for a pipe? That was completely and totally based on prohibition prices of oil. Guys would blast BHO or make bubble or whatever and sell it or trade it and buy these crazy pipes. But that fell out. So many legal dispensaries, so many legal shops the glass game, aside from maybe Mothership and some very key artists, and even those ones, like I saw Elbow put up an absolutely incredible dyno the other day, and man, back in the day, I think that thing would have been like 50 racks. And I maybe it's 15 racks now instead of 50. I don't know. But a lot of that part of our industry, the value of glass, because I think it was this place for cannabis to be able to put money into. Couldn't really just put it into a bank, but you could put it into a collectible. You could put it into this artistic, expression that was also super cannabis inspired. Plus, it's a pipe, so you can smoke extracts through it. It's just an interesting sort of connection that I saw.
Glass really helps you elevate your high as well, you know,
Agreed.
and so that's a big there you go. But yeah, no, it's true. And I give thanks for not, having to fear for the law, for sure. Because we came from Oregon and California, and no one wants that feeling. Camp, the whole feeling of helicopters, and it's a terrible feeling. So I feel that same way as you do.
Yeah, it's definitely life threatening, that feeling. That feeling is like it's just chewing away at your soul. It's the feeling of like having a full trunk and getting pulled over.
Yeah, who doesn't know that feeling around here?
Oof,
Carrying 20 kilos somewhere for a drop and
Yeah,
have your
I
truck
grew
break down.
I grew up in an area, part of the States, where you get caught with a roach and you're facing 10 years. And I have epilepsy. I have medical conditions that necessitate it. And well, that didn't work. Well, pharmaceuticals didn't work for my sister. I was able to find cannabis. So I became a refugee in my teenage years. I had to move first to the medical states of Colorado, and then when Colorado passed their medical laws, we were able to open dispensaries. And when they passed the recreational laws, it made it difficult to do a medical grow because you had to be vertically integrated with the retail store. So I moved to Washington. It was a better market to be a grower and extractor. And now that Canada is legal, it's a better market to be a patient because, while I still have to jump through the loopholes to get a R&D license, a nursery license, a micro license, or whatever, at least there's a pathway. And, I can get a license to be able to pheno hunt those medical strains that work best for me, which, takes a lot more plants than the 4 that we're currently allowed. But as those markets, as the states opened up and as Canada and other countries start to open up, you're going to see a path, this slow transition from everybody being, risking their freedom just to treat themselves with the homeopathic herb to eventually having some level of regulation that we hope we as the advocates within the industry need to make sure that we can always have our constitutional rights. Part of the reason I moved to Canada is because they treat plant medicines, cannabis and psychedelics as a constitutional right. There are still people being thrown in jail. I have family members in jail for using plant medicines, cannabis specifically. And, while I was able to escape Idaho, and not everybody can. So we still need to be able to advocate for our brothers and sisters in the markets, in the countries and states that don't have access. And then as new markets come online, hopefully we can advocate so that the patients don't get left behind for the corporations. But it's an iterative process. When governments first do something, they're going to be fairly conservative, and then it's up to us activists to be able to kind of take those steps, explain to them why this or that doesn't quite work, and why. And then as they have multiple iterations of the rules and regulations, you're going to see each market get better and better. But the government works far slower than science science and advocacy. So the world needs those rebels. The world needs the people, and the world needs the activists. So, it's been interesting to watch the industry kind of evolve, but it's, what I've been fortunate enough, when I first moved to Canada, I thought, okay, I'm moving to a legal country. It's going to be legal. It's not, it's regulated. We're not nearly nowhere in the world is cannabis legal. We are just on a spectrum of regulation, and those regulations will hopefully get easier as the world gets better educated, and as the ignorance of and political greed essentially get overthrown by the people and advocates standing up for the patients. So, but the reality is like there's going to be a market for people to home grow, because my favorite strain is not available in any market.
What's your favorite strain?
Well, I like CBD dominant strains, but I like CBD dominant strains that have THC strains. So I can't go buy it at a hemp store. Most recreational guys just want 30% THC.
Well, that's what their buyers are saying. Hi, Kelly. Hi, Dominic. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to see you guys. Been a minute, Dominic.
Hey, everybody. I'm just sitting and listening. It's so amazing to be a part of this. I feel super honored. Thank you.
I have Oh, hi, Dominic. I have a very fast hash story to throw in here. I work at a pot shop a couple days a week in Baker Street in Nelson at Buddy's place. And one day I had this old guy come in, and he comes in and he buys 1 gram of bubble hash from Good Buds. So fully organic. It's a nice product. I feel good selling it to him. And he goes outside and he eats it. And he comes back like an hour later, and he's maybe 2 hours later, and he's like, I want some more. It was really good. Like, that's just how he consumes it, just eating it straight. And it kind of blew my mind. And that's my hash story for this moment.
That's a character right there. That's just that would throw you for a loop. If I saw that, I'd be like, damn, like you're not gonna decarb that or anything. Like
when the invasive
In
thoughts
Creston
win.
here, sorry, I have a little bit of a story too. In Creston here, we had a dispensary as well. It was just out in Erickson, just right close to Creston. And we had 3 clients that were centenarians. So we had 3 people that regularly used edible cannabis, and they were over 100 years old. Only in Creston and this area do you really find stories like that, because people live such healthy, close to the land lives. So yeah, you find an awful lot of people live past 100 in our area, and they have had cannabis in their lives for so long now, being, living in this area for 100 years or more, that yeah, they're fully aware, and they embrace cannabis just as much as any of our age group does, and lower, right? So it's interesting. We were really honored to have those 3 people as our patients during that time.
that's wonderful. Hey, welcome, Dom. I saw Dom came in, and welcome Kelly as well. And Etienne, look at that. Dude, I've had this thing on like the wrong. Sorry, guys. Should have said hello a little.
No, I'm enjoying. I love hearing of all of this that's going on. I love hardy people living in hardy lands, doing amazing things that people said they can't do. I love people who live against the rules and live their own way. I grew up Cajun, so Cajuns were kind of outside of your regular society when we're skeptical of society. So I've always had a great and deep appreciation. I don't have the hardiness you folk have. Bless your hearts, all of you. You're fucking hardcore on a level that, I got nothing but a salute for, and nothing but respect for as well. I just, due to my disability, I can't do that, but I have nothing but mad respect for those that are doing it, like Lori, Pam and Mike, Kelly and Josh, and over there in Rosebud, what y'all are doing. really shows people that, you know, the mainstream is its own thing and that you can do your own path in your own way and make it beautiful and sustainable so that, as Josh said earlier, the wolves are coming around howling. That's nature. That's nature's acceptance. That's the you're living in it and it's living in you. And that is something that no money can buy. And so once you live that, it's near impossible for many people to live back in society, right? So, because you've made yourself completely sustainable in ways that, you know, most people can't even consider the idea of. They think it's some weird romantic thing they read in a book where y'all all put roots down deep and respect.
Thanks so much, ATN. It's really interesting. It's like, you know, radicalness, what we do, which is just being part of nature, is considered radical. But living in a city and taking buses and driving around all the time and living in that world is not, is just considered normalized. And I really love sort of that idea of, you know, like a seed, when the first root pops, it's called, you know, the radical root. It's the first root that pops. And I feel like people who are radical in nature or whatever, once that root pops, that's it. You just can't really go back. It's almost like you've had a taste of nature, you've had a taste of difficulty in a way that sort of suits your own body, and just like that root coming out, it's there, it's done. It's going to grow something amazing from there. And I really sense that a lot with the people here in this environment. Like they already popped that radical root, and it's going to be really hard to go back. And I know that for sure with Kelly. He's laughing in the background. He keeps trying to go back to the city, but this place just keeps pulling him over and over and over again. And I know he popped his radical root a long time ago, and same with you, Che. You're laughing back there, but it is
And
true.
Lori,
Yeah,
well,
Lori too.
I'll add that we have a tremendous and a great amount of respect for you as well. And like just
Oh yeah.
one's not better than the other. We'll
No.
always say that. It's the balance. It's what's magical about humanity. I mean, here you are embracing everything that we want out of society, you know, and bringing medicine to people. You're traveling to the UN, you're going around the world, you're a military person who's been through unbelievable things. We've heard your stories. It's spectacular. So we want you to know how much love we have for you and what you've upheld in Berkeley, one of the homelands of progressive thinking. And really those people went back to the land, you know, like we're just a representation of the people. My parents were in Berkeley in you know, they met in the San Francisco. My dad's from Oakland. My dad's a guy, my mom's from the Bronx, my dad's from Oakland. And now we're three generations in the Kootenays. Our radical root is popped. But it's the community that makes it all valuable, and that's what we want to show equal respect to everyone in the audience as well as on the
100%.
screen as well.
Beautiful, beautiful. You have oh, go ahead, Pam.
Since I'm here for at the same time, I also want to give a shout out to Etienne. You're like one of my favorite people in Hash Church, and the things you do just are so blow my mind. And I just appreciate how hard you work for this plant, and you're kind of a big deal.
I'm humbled and honored. I don't feel like a big deal. I'm just working with others to make change. I fell into this, whereas some of y'all were born into this, and it's just I'm fortunate to have this, and I use my privilege to help others because that's what my mom taught me to do. My brother was born blind, so was my father. So I've always spent myself around helping and uplifting people that were not as lucky as the rest of us. And I've never forgotten that. And it's just something I've always carried with me. And I see a lot of y'all carry that too. You carry your own burdens of love to share and help others in any and every way that you can. So I'm just doing my part the same way that y'all are. I'm just a small little piece of sand on a big beach of love, trying to make it all better. So thank you all for doing what you do.
While smoking a fatty.
Well, somebody's got to smoke this fatty.
I tell you, there are some really, really, really amazing people in our community. And I do want to give a big shout out to Tracy. Tracy Harvey, she's the one that's, behind the research program that we're all working within to do the Kootenay Collective. She's a trooper. And Pam, ever since I first met you over at the very first Nelson meeting that you and I ever came into contact, I think you're amazing. You're a great advocate for our community. And Che, just so happy that we're all together and doing some stuff together and really promoting our region. I have to run, you guys, because yes, the girls are calling and I'm cloning and I've got lots of things to look after. But Bubble Man, thank you for hosting us this morning. I really appreciate it. And it was really nice to meet you and hear what you had to say and your experiences. Etienne, I really want to get to know you better. I really think you're a light. And Dragonfly, Earth Medicine, you guys, just mad respect for everything that you guys do. Kelly, everyone. Mike, can't wait to see you at PNW next time. See you guys.
Thanks for coming out, Lori. Have an awesome day.
No problem. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day.
Thanks for upholding the Creston vibes down there. You're awesome. We appreciate
it.
We appreciate
it's nice to meet you guys. It really is. It's nice to see your faces. I haven't really met you guys personally yet, but I've spoken with you a little bit email. So hopefully we get together here soon over in Nelson or something.
I hope so. Pam will organize it.
Bye, guys.
See you, Lori.
Thanks for coming out. Hey, welcome, Dom. You're muted.
Dom, can't hear you, bud. Got to unmute.
Oh, sorry. Hey, Marcus, good to see you. I woke up actually very recently. Pam will be very upset that I've messed up my morning getting up early that I had going on for so many years. She was a bit of a health coach for me a while back. And,
in Seattle.
In Seattle. Yep. So this is fairly recent and is related to maybe taking my mushroom gummies a little too late at night. So micro gummies, they aren't really that micro really, but they're not macro. But anyway, sorry about that. Mike, it's really good to see you too, man. So I'm kind of joining a little bit discombobulated at the moment, having just woken up. So
well, this is perfect. We're talking about the Kootenays, and we're all also discombobulated. Even though I've been up for hours, I've been chain smoking dabs of full melt, 6-star bubble up, bubble hash.
Oh, the little violin just plays so hard for you.
I'm discombobulated.
I know.
Hard knock life, Marcus.
I love having Dominic here. For those who aren't aware, Dominic is probably one of the preeminent researchers in the history of cannabis here, at least in California. He's been documenting, along with Caleb, the oral histories of which I participated in and others. But he's doing some amazing work scientifically, sociologically, documenting a lot of that shit that we've been telling you over the past decade in stories. Well, he's actually documenting that and chasing around. And I'm just doing an introduction for you, Don, because I love you and I'm happy to see you. But I know Marcus probably has one. I've hijacked the show. But Marcus, did you have a proper introduction for Dom that I'm fucking up on?
No, you did wonderful.
That isn't just.
I thought you did great, man. I mean, Don's been on the show before, and him and Caleb worked together, and we're stoked to have you. I think because they're, this woman Tracy, who's also sort of just putting this different thing together in the Kootenays. Pam could explain it much better. You probably maybe have even spoken to her about it, but this show is really about that, and I thought that you and Caleb would fit into the conversation well as well, which he is just coming back into right now. Welcome back, Caleb. Did you get bounced out?
I'd love to hear more about it for sure. And
So yeah, let me catch you up. It's a
catch me up,
3-year
man.
grant-funded project that founded by or started by this grant or researcher up here, Tracy Harvey, Dr. Tracy Harvey. And she has quite a body of work already. She's done her dissertation on the legal implications of legalization and just cannabis in this region. So I'm going to send all that to you actually, because I never even thought about putting you two brains together. And those are two brains that probably should meet. Because yeah, she is quite the researcher and like trying to break down the stigma around cannabis as well as part of it being like, these aren't a bunch of violent offenders. They're peaceful, loving people. And, so yeah, it's quite interesting. And then the project that we're doing is like lifting the licensed growers that are currently licensed and trying really hard and bringing on the new ones that are trying to come into the legal industry, trying to lift them and give them a space to come into like the market. So that's definitely one of the bigger challenges. And also that's part of the story is how many people weren't able to come into the legal market because of all sorts of reasons, whether it's like regulations or they weren't able to get a security clearance or they were tied to affiliated with, undesirables. So it's yeah, there's a lot of like things I think that would be you'd be super interested in. Oh, Raven Rose showed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell me what you think,
Oh, hi,
Dominic.
baby. There's a baby. Hi there. Well, I think that's fascinating. I think that it is interesting that like the Canadian context is different, isn't it? That there are, I think that's more what I would be curious about, than what's the same, right? Because what you're touching on are themes of alienation from a cultural market and so forth, right? That I'd love to hear about their plants and how their plants may or may not be able to get into the system. I mean, there's just a lot of themes that I think would be really great. So thank you for putting us in touch for sure. Caleb and I are on uh, we're in the kind of thickets of cleaning up transcripts and getting back to people right now. So I would love to have the conversation though. And I'm sure we could arrange it one way or the other. I would love to learn from what you guys are doing up there. You say you're trying to help small producers get into the market. What does that mean in the federal context that Canada has?
So obviously, when you look at the evolution of the market, there's going to be the people that are able to raise money. Big companies are generally fastest to market. They're also the ones that, the big companies that I've consulted or worked with are also able to penetrate multiple markets the fastest. But for the vast majority of small farmers, they've got a lot of work and not a lot of hands to help them. So being able to work collaboratively with other licenses is critical when you're a small farm. Which many of the farms in the Kootenays, peak of prohibition, there was about 20,000 farms. After over the last decade, that kind of got whittled down to a couple thousand after 9/11 and the borders cracked down. As the states started passing legalization, there was less financial incentive to smuggle across the border. And the Canadian market kind of transitioned to more of a domestic medical market, and as the U.S. markets took off, and then I think what everyone across the North America is seeing is as that market kind of crashed, it led to a bunch of uncertainty. But now the governments are stepping in, regulating it in different manners. Some better, some worse. The first iteration of the Canadian medical licenses were fairly restrictive. The first iteration of the Canadian recreational licenses were fairly restrictive. But since then, Canadian government and the provincial governments have come out and done a few things that make it a little bit easier to do business as a what's called a micro license, sub acre size farms. Uh, and I think in the last year, they've increased the canopy size from 200 square meters to 800 square meters.
Mm.
So, farms that can essentially grow outdoor or indoor, but micros as opposed to full licensed producers, LPs, they don't have to have as much of the high intensity security vaults, on-site security, on-site cameras covering every square foot, that sort of thing. But
Can they distribute through the mail like the Canadian government can?
So the government can distribute through the mail. The only way a micro producer, I'd call this a loophole. Micro producers, the one advantage a micro has that LPs here in BC do not have is they can set up a farm gate retail store.
Mm.
If you have a farm gate retail store, you can write an SOP that allows you to send through Canada Post with a 19 plus signatory, so the customer could then go pick it up at their local post office. They would just have to show ID to the post office. But Canada has a provincial tax stamp, so you can only sell that product and ship it to BC provincial customers. If you're a medical patient, you can. A couple of licenses I've worked with have serviced medical patients, and anybody in the country can sign up, submit the paperwork, and then we can mail it direct to their home, which is nice. That's way better than anything I saw down in the U.S. markets.
Than anything really, besides the actual farmers market that people could walk up to.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to beat those farmers markets because you can go up, look at the flowers, smell the flowers, hopefully see analytics on them.
Meet the farmer,
get to know them. That's something that, few things. Washington had farmers markets where it was a regular occurrence. California has had events like the Emerald Cup, Golden Tarp. If I don't think that's going on anymore.
No, it's not.
But being able to get there, you can talk to the farmers and see how they're growing it, see if that kind of aligns with your values, and then find farmers that are growing strains and have those terpene profiles that you desire, right? Here in Canada, it's much like a regulated system where everything has to be sold prepackaged, but the government is allowing people to have smell jars at your dispensary. So I haven't seen it yet. I think there is one or two farm gates in Canada where you have a micro, you have a retail store, and you can essentially go take a tour, not within the secured area, but maybe take a walk around the fence, look at the flowers, see plants growing, to take a smell of them, and then go to the farm gate and purchase the products or have the product shipped to you if you live within the province.
You just need $7,000 a year to pay for the licensing fee.
Not a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing that Mike, he did an amazing job explaining it. One thing that everybody needs to understand out there is that Health Canada is what is our governing body. When we talk about government, this is not like the government. Health Canada rules over all of our
pharmaceuticals,
health, pharmaceuticals, anything that goes on with
herbal supplements.
I could go on and on, but basically another massive wipeout that just happened 2 years ago was that Health Canada got funded by the government of Canada to be the judge, the jury, the cops, the police, everything. And they actually went door to door with a tremendous amount of money that was funded to them by the government and went to every single licensed facility as well as facilities that had previously been licensed. And they did a big washout basically of a tremendous amount of licenses. So this idea of medical and compassionate care in Canada, is very much so a ruse in that Health Canada has the word health in it, which I would really, anyway, I, I have a lot of
Yeah,
things to say
there's a
about
lot of
that.
things that they need to open it back up where anybody can just if you want to grow 4 plants, then you can grow a couple of plants with I think it should be a dozen. But if you want to grow a couple of plants without a license, great. If I as a medical patient want to grow a dozen or 50 or 100, then you just have to register it. Like they need to open that back up. And then
Well,
if you
and also one of the major issues here is that the same governing body that is making up all the rules and regulations for the medical and giving licenses for the medical is also the same exact governing body that's coming up with all of the federal licenses and all of the federal governing body information and rules and regulations. So for me, that's an incredible dichotomy that should not be happening. One is about compassionate care, and the other one is about making billions of dollars. And unfortunately, it's that same governing body. This, I feel like, is one of the major issues in Canada. Why so many licensed farmers are not making the money that they should be, as well as being able to get out information about their strains, about how cannabis can be good for you. All of this kind of stuff is in this quagmire of compassionate care and making millions of dollars. So I really feel like the growers, the buyers, the dispensaries, everybody is under sort of this guise of almost like a cat batting around a ball of twine, and then we've got to sort of look at it and try to unwind it. And yet it just keeps being batted around by Health Canada. There are a lot of things that are going forward. Mike has explained like major changes that have happened.
Just this last year. So this is the
Yeah,
first year that micros are
yeah.
able to do that, which they can do now.
And a lot of the changes have been happening because of the push of these amazing people in the Kootenays. Just keep, wanting to talk to Health Canada, making them accountable, making the government accountable. Hey, this law doesn't make any sense. These rules and regulations don't make any sense. And I really feel like a lot of the Kootenay people that are still around today, that are still holding licenses, that are still sort of waving the flag for cannabis, are truly the heroes in this story, because they continue to knock at the door of Health Canada and they haven't given up. And I just feel like some things have got to change, and little by little they're changing. But unfortunately, those changes have to happen from the growers, from the dispensary owners. And we are working so hard, even just trying to choose our own varietals and do our breeding. And like all of a sudden, the farmers now are becoming lawmakers, and we're becoming writing all of these different grants and decks and things. We just want to grow. We just want to do what it is that we know how best to do. But here we are with this twine, and the cat being Health Canada. So
But
that's
you
sort of
guys
the other side of
you
it.
guys have a license to grow, correct?
Medical.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. We have a license to grow.
Yeah.
We
Like
wanted to work for licensed
like is
growers.
it an
We wanted-
MMAR or an ACMPR?
Oh, it started as ACMPR.
And then now it's MMR. The ACMPR,
The MMAR
right.
was the one they
Or was
buried
Yeah,
in
sorry.
like
the
Yeah,
other
yeah.
way around.
The
Yeah, yeah.
MMR is buried. It's totally done. The
Yeah.
ACMPR, and because we have an ACMPR license, we had Health Canada knocking at our door with RCMP. So
Mm.
you ask them, hey, why are you all coming with RCMP? And they say, for our protection. And then my next question is, has there ever been any type of an issue with any Health Canada regulators? The answer is no. So the
Mm.
presence they bring to your medical facility, and so many people are utilizing this as a lot of a life end medication. So they're coming with 3 RCMP officers, 2 RCMP cars and then 2 inspectors from Health Canada. And that makes people not really want to get a license.
Yeah.
And they know that. So
I've had mine for 12 years and never ever had an issue with it. Like ever.
yeah, yeah.
Is yours medical or rec though?
Mine's an MMAR.
It's medical.
and when Conroy told me that they were doing ACMPR, he said if you just don't sign up with that, yours is grandfathered in. It's not going anywhere. But if you move, you won't be able to bring it with you. It's to the address. So I just
Mhm.
kept
You know that the MMAR is no longer as of like a year and a half ago.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
But
It's
you can
just,
still get new licenses, just not as
but it can still
large.
probably be held up in court. And, it was the true
Exactly.
compassionate law and the true
Yeah.
compassionate
But
license.
here's the thing about that license, and we all cannot deny this. And I was pissed off about it while it was happening, but at the same time, I was like, I couldn't help but like it okay, on one side of the blade, it was protecting my friends from prohibition. But on the other side of the blade, it was undermining patients. Like 90% of patients were not happy. They weren't getting deliveries. They weren't getting what they asked for. They get the smalls. Everything was tons of stuff was being sold and gone to the black market. I felt like I was the only person who had an MMAR license and didn't sell my crop. Truly. Like there were so many people with those licenses just pumping weed into the black market. It dropped the price of weed before there was legal dispensaries and what we have now. The MMAR was definitely, and I'm also not judging and saying it was bad, although now in hindsight I can look back and say, yeah, it wasn't that good for patients, because it never is. When you undermine them, use them as a shield to grow a bunch of weed you're selling into the black market.
That makes no sense.
So many fucking people did that undermined the license probably more than anything.
Yeah, I totally hear that. And I do think that the undermining of the license happened at that time. But also, there's another side of the coin is as the undermining of the licensing was happening, there was a tremendous amount of dispensaries that were open and totally accessible to patients to be able to have conversations about what they were growing, what was in there, what is it gonna make you feel like, and the gamut. So
A lot of promise
we can say that a lot of maybe direct consumers and medical patients weren't necessarily getting the good quality, or people weren't necessarily upkeeping with that.
which is not
But
correct.
it was allocating an incredible heyday for the consumer at that time where they could almost get anything that they wanted and feel safe about it. So there's always like two sides as things shift and change. And I do agree with you, Marcus, 100%. We really saw that go down, and we still uphold. We
Those
give away a tremendous amount of product to our patients, to people that we work with, and we always have. And we actually, I have heard, are the only farm or group that ever got an apology letter from Health Canada. So we got a booklet in the mail that was about this thick with all of our pictures on it, me and Josh speaking at events all over the world. It was a total AI wash of our person, of pictures of us, what we have done in the world, saying, we got you. You're doing all of these things out there in the world and you're selling illegally. And we just got a lawyer and said, we're going to have to fight this, because if we don't fight this, then they can bully every other person. And we're
the
actually
reality is we
able to do the fight, and we did get an apology letter back from them saying, I'm sorry, that was a terrible misrepresentation. It definitely seems like we went above and beyond the allegations. I could go on and on, but I just feel like, again, here's Health Canada being the license giver, being the rules and regulations maker. They're the jury, they're the judges, and they're the cops.
Just add one more thing, that those same patients that weren't getting enough from their provider, they also lost a lot of access, like what you're saying, a lot of access to certain products in the dispensary. So like
It's true.
let's just make
It's
it work
true.
for everyone. Like I want the dispensary to work. I want the licensed farm to work. Let's make it work, you know.
And the
Mhm.
farmers shouldn't have to be working so hard to
Let's hear
try to
from
get a product out there. I know,
The only
Che,
thing that I
wow.
would say as well is back then during those dispensaries, like they weren't all testing their materials. And even recently and so when you say like they were getting everything safely, I would have to throw a wrench in that and say probably not. And the reason I say that is recently at the Heady Happenings, they announced that 6 or 7 of the 22 or 23 people, and I could be getting these numbers wrong, but it was a fairly high number. It was at least 6 people that got caught with myclobutanol sprayed on their solventless product. These are solventless extractors. Okay, these aren't like dudes with PVC pipes like jamming moldy trim in and just blasting or whatever. These are legitimate like people who come across as like, I'm a conscious, producer of cannabis extracts. And so I just think like humans always have to be to some degree, certainly not over the top. Like I would love for the majority of the regulations to go bye-bye, but we need to keep some of them for certain, because if you don't hold certain people's feet to the fire, like it is real. Like I've told this story before with like awesome people I know in Jamaica. They're good people. And I'd go to their grow and I would right away, because I learned this very early on, to do a very like far perimeter of the grow to look for these bottles of this pesticide or fungicide. And so many times I would find it. And then they'd just be like, you don't understand. Like, I have these caterpillars. If I don't kill them, I'm done. Like, this whole crop's gone. I'll have no money for the next like 3 months. Like, it's a big fucking deal. It's not just like some like, oh, I'm going to do the right thing all the time. Well, how is it when the right thing is to not put food on your family's table? And that's where sort of a regulatory framework, certainly not the the ridiculousness that it is, even though I will say the ridiculous that it is right now is so much better than what it was, because I am personally sick of worrying about the police and being arrested. I haven't had that feeling since 2014 or 2012. And I will say this, if you do look up the MMAR, if you had a valid MMAR, for anyone listening, before the cutoff, which was March 21st, 2014, you are part of what's called the Allard Junction Group. And what you were allowed to do is keep growing under your MMAR. It's often referred to as being grandfathered, but it's not, because MMAR is still active. It's because of court-ordered protection. So the MMAR program itself was repealed and replaced first by MMPR and then ACMPR. But so that is still actually happening. So good for me. I better plant 100 plants this May on my deck.
And
Yeah.
Marcus, the funny thing that you just said is that, the ganja growers need to do anything, because if they lose a crop, they're not going to be able to put food on their table. But the ironic thing that you just said is that the food that they're putting on their table is also full of pesticides and tons of different chemicals. So the interesting thing is that we're not holding our food growers accountable. We're not holding producers of really agriculture in general accountable, but yet we're wanting to be more accountable as a culture. I mean, that really says a lot about us.
Well,
That's
I mean, look
amazing
at
that we're even
this.
having these conversations.
Look at this.
Let's make it all work.
This is another hard truth. Probably 1 billion people or more are alive on this planet only because of synthetic nitrates. Try to wrap your head around that.
But are they healthy?
But
Well,
they're alive. I'm just saying, would they rather be dead? I don't know. Would they rather be healthy? Of course. I'm not
yeah, but if
fighting
we
against
didn't
it,
have
but
synthetic nitrates, we would be working with something else and all those people would be
maybe,
alive, It's like,
but that's
yeah.
not how it happened. And I always think,
Listen, guys, I'm very grateful for the food green revolution and being able to feed billions of people in the world. I look forward to the world being able to feed trillions of people as humans colonize the other planet. And many of the technologies that are developed in the cannabis space will hopefully do that. Well, having a high value crop, we get to be able to play with technologies that then get translated out to other realms. So one of the things that I'm super proud about the cannabis industry of is bringing microbes and bacteria and soil biology back to many of those big agricultural farms. But on the same hand, many of those big agricultural farms also still have to supplement their nutrients, whether it be soil or media, whether it be combine harvested or hand harvested. But what we're going to see is, you know, in when people cut corners, they're going to see a lower commodified price on their products. When people spend the time and money to grow those premium products in premium regions, they're going to be able to command a premium price in the commodified market. Some of the biggest grows in Canada are located here in the Kootenays, and they're able to produce extracts for a lower wholesale cost than most of the micros are selling their flower for. But the reality is most of us on this hash church and most of the viewers don't want to buy distillate, don't want to buy low end products. So those low end extracts go get refined and manufactured into a variety of different medical and recreational products, all of which are then tested before going to market, which allows medical products to be available to people around the world at a lower cost than they were in the black market. So the reality is some of those, fairly large producers are having to use supplemental fertilizers to grow their crops because they have to grow outside and they can't spend the time to tend the soil, tend the plants, tend the ecology. But we can kind of hope that they're, steer them in the right direction. And when you're dealing with crops that are going to medical markets, getting exported, a lot of those countries have far stricter pesticide regulations. So what we saw in some of the hemp samples that led to some of the licenses being revoked in Washington state was when hemp started to be grown in what was formerly apple production parts of Washington, some of those hemp cultivars and later some of those cannabis cultivars started testing hot for pesticides that had not been legal to be used in over 50 years. And cannabis being a bioaccumulator, whether it be hemp or cannabis, was bioaccumulating those pesticides out of the ground. And then those pesticides had to be remediated out of those extracts before those cannabinoids could then be manufactured or sold. But nonetheless, those pesticides were showing up. And in the case of recreational cannabis and medical cannabis in the state of Washington, there was a couple of producers who tested positive for those pesticides and had their licenses revoked. The same thing is going to happen in cannabis and hopefully the CBD hemp market in Canada and around the world. People that are growing high quality products are going to be able to, in a living soil, using terroir to their advantage, are going to be able to produce a better quality product. But there's also going to be, the Budweiser, Kootenay, whatever big name beers where they're growing a very standardized cookie strain with a cookie standardized nutrient so that each crop is producing the same sherblotto every single year.
The sherblotto.
And there's going to be shelf space at some point in the future. There will be space in the gas station for those sherblottos. And while I may not be the customer for that SKU, there will be plenty of consumers that those SKUs will exist for, right? I'm much more of a dry sift smoker, so I'm going to be, taking my product through either a bubble hash or dry sift and then, curing it for a prolonged period of time. But at the same hand, like many of the labs I've worked for wanted to have isolates or extracts because they want to manufacture a standardized edible product and not have variability within the terpenes. Other producers and processors want that variability and want to be able to claim that their either live resin or live rosin, contributes to the flavor of those products. And if done well, should command a higher product because when I do the math for the publicly traded companies, the terpenes are worth more per acre than the THC is or CBD at this point. The only thing, the minor cannabinoids may be worth more than the THC or CBD, but the terpenes are worth more than the cannabinoids.
Dude, I got some aged dry sift here for you.
Yeah, dude. Uh,
This is about 8
what's that?
months old right now.
8 months?
Yeah.
Nice. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, dude.
It's very, very, very soft.
I just wanted to welcome Jeff from Smoker Farms into the room because we haven't heard from him yet. Hi, Jeff.
Yeah. Tell us about your mythical strains.
Hello there. How you doing, everybody? Sorry, I was a little late to the meeting. We had a few drinks last night, and I forgot.
We're gonna need a hey there, hey there.
Oh, sorry. Let me start over. Hey there, everybody.
There we go.
Well, thanks for inviting me to this forum. Very happy to be here. Yeah, I'm a proud member of the Kootenays. The West Kootenays is where they call us boundary country, but I'm pretty steadfast in saying I'm part of the West Kootenays, man. It's proud. It's proudly where I am. I left the Okanagan behind. I've been growing in the Kootenays here now for well, almost 20 years on this property. So yeah, I think I've found my place here. But yeah, Master Ultra. I'm sure you've all heard me say the name a million times. It's my magical cultivar that I've had. Talking about the MMR and the ACMPR. Yeah, I was a part of that too. Right on this land we live on now, man. I call it. I was hiding behind the license. I was part of the ones that was. I took care of my patient. My patient didn't only get the smalls; he got the good stuff. But yeah, I'm happy to not be looking behind my shoulder and my back anymore with the RCMP and all that stuff. I never had an on-site visit with the RCMP here when I had my MMR license. But again, I'm happy to be a part of the legal system now. You guys talked about the testing. Yeah, testing is pretty important, man. Everybody says they don't spray pesticides on their weed back in the day. Everybody did, man. It was the same thing. You got to make a dollar. If you had spider mites, you had to spray your shit, man. It was just the kind of the way it is, man. So I'm happy that the system has changed. I know every time I smoke weed now, it's clean. I don't have to worry about ingesting shit into my lungs, even though for 20 years, whatever, forever, we smoked whatever we did, man. But I think the system is much better now. Yeah, Health Canada shouldn't be in it either. That's a stupid thing. Let's hope it gets changed to agriculture one day. But for now, I've been saying, we signed up for this. I have to continue with it and hope to see things get better in the day. Agriculture would be better if they ran this than Health Canada, because Health Canada, they aren't very bright. We've schooled them more than once on licensing, whatnot, from the start of inception of our license, trying to get it till now. They really don't know what the hell they're talking about, and I've told them this personally too when they come do inspections. I let them know the hard facts. We're not allowed to smoke our own weed. Oh, give me a fucking break, man. I tell the guys, we're all smoking our weed, man. I know we're not legally allowed to. We don't write it down on paper, but come on, man. We're all doing it. Because that's why we grow weed, to smoke it. Obviously.
Exactly.
Health Canada's not very smart.
Yeah, I think they should regulate processors. Like the ag is ag. So if you're cultivating, it's ag, right? If you are producing a medical product, then yeah, Health Canada should have some level of regulations. I think Health Canada is in charge of who regulates, breweries or any other food processor. But if we're calling it a food product, a recreational product, then it should be regulated like food is. If it's regulated if it's treated like medicine, then there should be a slightly heavier stringency. But recreational products shouldn't be regulated by the pharmaceutical regulators. Like
Yeah.
what ends up happening is it makes it harder to bring products to market, and then you have the quagmire where provincial governments were originally in charge of sales for many of the states. So you have essentially monopolies on distribution. You got to convince the producer that you're to carry your product, but you can't make medical claim because you haven't done the research. You haven't paid for the research to be done yet. It's all just anecdotal. So, here in Canada, we actually we can do the research at the universities to start making those medical claims, but You know, when you look at many those medical claims down in the States for pharmaceutical products, those companies have existed for decades, done the research. They're now entrenched in that old school system where they require those multi-phase, including a double-blind trial before you actually make the claim. So here in the regulated space, you have to jump through those same hoops, but hopefully as the industry is regulated, as there's more demand, more consumers for those different products, we're going to start to see both the pharma companies as well as independent companies start doing their own research, and through groups like Selkirk, groups like Dominic's down at Humboldt, Caltech now or Humboldt, that
Humboldt.
yeah, that they're able to do the research because when I was in college, I tried to do the research and the university flat out said no. So then we sued the university to be able to start a normal chapter, just so we could have educational seminars. But they told us, frankly, that the likelihood of us getting NIDA approval to do any research other than drug abuse research was nil to zero. So now we can actually do the research. We're going to start to see that research being done at the various universities, Selkirk, University of Guelph, and a couple of universities down in the States. And as we start to see cannabinoids correlating to different medical conditions or terpene profiles or formulations, people will actually start being able to take those what we see in the industry and are able to correlate as anecdotal evidence. And as the U.S. federal law changes, you'll see people. You will likely see pharmaceutical companies investing millions, if not billions of dollars to be able to make claims, medical claims. But it takes that regulatory shift, and it takes that the greed of those corporations to fund the research that needs to be done at various universities.
No, just to be clear, we're not funded by any corporations. We're funded by the Department of Cannabis Control.
Yeah, neither is Selkirk. They're
grant funded.
Grant funded, yeah. So I think that while we all hope to see more of that research being done, I don't think a lot of people fully understand how expensive it is to take a herbal supplement and take it to a pharmaceutical grade, because unfortunately the entrenched legal system requires many of those pharmaceutical drugs to be each molecule, each API has to go through a series of risk assessments. So it incentivizes many of those pharma companies to go to a single compound, and then it's up to the doctors to formulate, which APIs in which dosage is your medical prescription. Now, I think most of us, everyone here on the panel is going to agree that full spectrum herbal supplements are going to be healthier than monomolecular pharmaceutical formats, but we need to be able to have both, the monomolecular to do the research, produced in a fairly sterile environment, same, but also having different grades of, herbal supplements, medical products, recreational products, or pharmaceutical products, and those various different grades having different tools and uses. Yeah. I may prefer a full spectrum extract over a pharmaceutical grade, but for my family members that still live in heavily regulated states that can't have access to THC, I think they should have access to CBD and CBG in a regulated format. And for them, their family of doctors, they want to see it in a pill. They don't want to see it in a flower. So,
one of the ways that possibly I could see, I got a glimpse of this some years back when I was very much of this, just kind of like, how I saw the legal system. I wasn't as worried about the system itself, but those who ran the system. And those people seemed to come from like alcohol and like all these other sources that weren't cannabis at all. And it kind of almost seemed like they were the anti-cannabis people. Like it was like, like, oh, we're looking for people to, kind of overlook gay marriage. Let's hire the most homophobic people that know nothing about this particular subject. That's kind of what they seem to have did with cannabis. And I was feeling it not only on the level of government, but even in the level of like provincial, the provinces buying all the material and having to buy, send your material from your facility to these provinces that then send them out to the stores as they ordered it. Even the people in those positions, until I met a guy in Manitoba, and I've told the story before about him, and I wish I remembered his name. He's such a cool guy, very straight looking guy. And he's like, oh, you should come to my house while you're in Manitoba. And he was responsible. I think he's now responsible for the buying in Manitoba for the whole province. And this dude, his whole house was completely and entirely cannabis, a cannabis house. He had a room for pressing rosin. He had tents going in like 3 different rooms. He was making bubble hash in this room, the kitchen with the water bottles, and he literally was 3D printing tags for his clones. Like he had a little 3D printer set up. I was like, bongs like everywhere and smoke stations everywhere. I was like, oh my God, like this is like, I was like, holy shit, like this is what's going to happen. And maybe this is what's going to happen in Health Canada, especially as cannabis products slowly start to push alcohol sales down and become a more normalized product to be like, hey, I want to try some of this Kootenay product, and now all of a sudden a wider graft of people are smoking cannabis. It makes sense that maybe those people will get jobs eventually at Health Canada. And be a part of this regulatory framework where if enough of them got into place, they could say, this seems more like an agricultural issue than what we're doing here. I don't pretend, I guess I'm utopian in my thinking, but it would be nice for it to change.
I get to meet people that are growing their first plants almost every day or every week. So
that's awesome.
There's new consumers every day. And just like there's new regulations every day, we need to be able to, foster a culture where we're educating people. And even if the government says that we have to be limited on what we tell them, we can still push them in the right direction towards the research. So I think that, the overregulation necessitates the research to be done at the various universities. Because while I can stand on the rooftops and shout how these XYZ cannabinoid helped me with my medical conditions, being able to say that, a peer-reviewed, double-blind placebo trial showed that this cures these medical conditions is going to silence any naysayer in the political sphere. And I think that's what we're going to start to see in the regulated space as well. I can grow cannabis around the world, but there's only a few places in the world that we can grow really high-end really high-end hash making strains, really high-end indicas that have those unique terpene profiles. And in order to produce those terpene profiles that then are produced and manufactured into various products, you got to find where those terpene profiles can be produced. And just like wine and grapes, hops, etc., there's going to be different regions that are capable of producing different profiles. That I've spent the better part of 15, 20 years trying to find those various regions that are producing the best, kind of pinene dominant terpene profiles for me. And this kind of seems to be one of my favorite places. So
I want to jump in for a quick sec and just while we're still a little bit on the same subject, talk about add a little more to the conversation around biological and synthetic. My old man, he grew amazing outdoor, put a fish in the bottom of a 4-foot hole and mixed his manures and all of his thing, and it was awesome. But indoors, it was general hydroponic, Rockwell. It was just how you grew good weed back then, and it's what people want. And over years, it's like we got this sort of stigma that cannabis, and we'd imagine this indoor grow room, and we get like 13 million years this plant's been here before we got here, and it really evolved to do what it needed to do in a perfect balanced way. And so it wasn't because it wasn't because we wanted to grow with general hydroponics. It's because we didn't know any better. And Marcus, you touched on Jamaica, and I spent some time there, some weed farms too, and I realized it's the same thing. And it's the same thing with me when I ran into Josh and Kelly on YouTube. Thank you for being such wonderful teachers, and then Hash Church eventually as well. But so you start to understand, well, there is another way. This resonates more with me, and you start to dabble in it. And at first, I didn't get as much, but it was better. Like, okay, there's really something here. Then over time, I got more and better, and I felt really good about it and helping the environment and all those things. So I think it's just a matter of education. We've been a frog boiled in this pot of water for a long time. We didn't create synthetic fertilizer. It was handed to us by maybe some groups that didn't have our best interest in mind. But the point is, we didn't like choose this. It just sort of evolved, and over time, the water got hotter and hotter and hotter, and now we find ourselves in boiling water. But we turn the burner off. It's going to take some time to like chill out. We just can't instantly switch over. But I feel like that's what's happening. I feel like we're over this hump, and like the masses are awakening now to this is actually a better way to go. And it's just gonna some lag time, delay time as it renders into our reality. But it gives me a lot of hope for the future, and I don't blame anyone for where they've been. I think they just didn't know any better. And I'm really excited to contribute in my little way, along with some other amazing people, on that transition as we turn the temperature back down.
Yeah. Awesome. Beautiful words, Che. Absolutely. I made a
And
mistake. It wasn't 1 billion people. It was 3 to 4 billion people out of the population of Earth right now are alive because of synthetic nitrates. Haber and Bosch, they often called it the invention that feeds the world. And yeah, it'd be great if we came up with a better way. That is amazing. But
Talk
is
to
there,
Vandana Shiva. Let's get Vandana Shiva on here and see what she has to say about it. She'll be an authority that we can all like respect and
yeah,
see, that because their whole entire thing in India is not corporate farming. It's tons of collectives that provide the food for India and its largest population base on Earth. So I think there's a good amount for us to learn. And maybe we'll just let everyone have their direction and we'll see
Well,
which one resonates.
I think that it's really interesting if we just like break it down. We actually produce from our own body enough nutrients for the soil for all of us to survive.
That's
Little harsh, little intense, but it's true, guys. One person, 1 acre, you can,
it's
nutrify and
closed
put
loop
in.
system.
Yeah, and it's like that's where that term came, you don't have a pot to piss in, because what it was that you would pee in a pot outside of your homestead, and then people who were making the nutrients would come by, empty your urine into the carts, leave a coin so that you were being paid for your urine, and then all of that urine was being taken to an area, a fermentation process, and basically producing a non-synthetic form of exactly what you're talking about, Marcus, that supposedly not supposedly, is saving or is feeding all of these
they win
millions of
Nobel Peace
people,
Prizes on it.
is feeding all of these people. It's just a really interesting thing. Like, oh, okay, well, it's saving all of the people, but maybe it's like we already have it like inside of our own body on how we can nutrify
Which we can.
soil and grow our own crops. So we've strayed that far, like that we can actually create it ourselves to now it's synthetically being grown in, I believe, like 8 or 10 different areas in the whole world and providing it for the entire world. It's interesting.
Urea. And
Interesting
it's
thought.
even
Yeah.
called urea. But it's also the basis of natural farming and Korean natural farming. And then there's also science in there that says when you grow your own food from your own body or medicine, that it's genetically affecting the plant, which there's epigenetics going back and forth on balancing. But I mean, that's honestly a fantasy world. Like we know that, it's achievable. And that's what it's fun. I'd say it's fun to imagine that magic and then bring it to reality in so many ways.
Yeah, and I'll just leave it here that Tartaria, everybody says there were not any toilets, and in all of these ancient old world cities, where were the toilets? But yet, on the outskirts of all these star forts are some of the oldest, most beautiful orchards that still have rootstock from who knows when. Just saying.
What if
I'll end
the
it there.
invention of a toilet is where we went wrong? A toilet and a fridge. Anyway,
We're
Dude,
really
you
going
know
there.
what? I'm more optimistic than pessimistic these days. Like, I don't know if I would say we've gone wrong because we're all here, we're
yeah,
gathering, we're able to love our children. Like what you said earlier, Josh. Like, I live in the Kootenays. I'm
it's
a
awesome.
multi-generational grower. My son, my kid, then my kid's kid, grandparents. Like, you're creating this just epic, beautiful thing. Sometimes I just think we forget how absolutely lucky we are that it's not like 2 or 3 or 400 years ago. Like, I feel like we're in a good time right
Where
now.
you're the guy who's actually collecting the piss. Yeah, I mean, think
Oof.
about it. I mean, of course, I'm like painting some like picture, but like, what's the reality of that too? So I agree.
Someone, I
I
guarantee you, it was
agree.
definitely a guy doing it.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm curious about like Kay and Kelly. You guys have had a lot of experience in just the extracts and the market, and we're kind of talking
Like
about.
crazy amount.
I'm just curious what some of your reflections are over the years, and I know you do make some really beautiful extracts as well, and different ones for the market, and I would love to hear about like that journey a little bit, and what you found that people were more interested in as opposed to what you wanted to make this, but the people really want that, or how does that work out for you and
And anyone
moving
who
forward?
doesn't know, these guys make some of the best extracts, not only in
And
the
to use
Philippines, but in the world.
and to smoker farms as well. Are you just doing flower, or are you doing any extracts for the market?
We do so all of our waste material, all our trim material, it all goes into our honey oil vape pens, which Jay from Gorilla Gardens in Okotoks, Alberta, makes for us. Um, it's a full spectrum. It's like weed's supposed to taste like, not this blueberry, strawberry crap. I'm definitely not into any flavors of cannabis except the the real deal product, man. And he does a cold CO2 extraction. I don't know a whole lot about extracting. I've squished my flowers and stuff, but yeah, that's our bring into the market of keeping our farm trying to be profitable, I guess I would say, but sustainable. But we know there's not much profitability in this market, man. It's a little messed up, man. It really is. We're all struggling to survive. We keep losing people every day that are shutting down their farms, man, and it sucks, man. We just lost Bill and Dina at Pure Fire in Penticton, man. That was a big deal, man. We don't know if we're going to be next too, man. A lot of us producers, man, are all struggling to find our way and to be heard. And hopefully somebody listens one day. I'd love to be a lobbyist and kick Health Canada's ass around and kick all these people's asses around, but I'd probably have to be careful. We've already been threatened by Health Canada for a lot of stuff we've done. I could see them trying to pull my license one day, but there's got to be a voice for us, man. There has to be a voice.
Do you guys because it is difficult to work with Health Canada, but you also have the ability when you do work with Health Canada to do legal exports. So are you guys looking into that sort of sending product out of country for like a nicer margin?
The margins aren't much nicer, man. We've been talking about this for years. I keep hearing $2 to $2.50 a gram if you're lucky. And I've said for years, I'm not going to turn my back on my country, man. I'm here to grow weed for my country, to help people medically, whatever it may be. So turning my back on Canada, it's kind of a big deal. And again, it's easier. My wife doesn't have to do as much paperwork to get her done. I will say we are looking into it a tiny bit, maybe. We may send a little bit of product overseas, but
Well, is it
not
turning
really.
your back on Canada if you're able to find another source of income that allows you to fund making sure you take care of your Canadian customers? Because this is how I look at it. I started this whole bubble bag thing, and I'm doing high quality this, high quality that. I became such a ridiculous snob, like just an unfathomably ridiculous, completely irrational. And how could you relate to it unless you were smoking nothing but 6-star bubble all the time? And then I realized, I was like, well, that's not the market. And then I realized, holy shit, it's even crazier than that, because the people who do have an interest in 6-star would almost just on purpose not buy it from a dispensary that's in the legal market. So you have both of those things working against you simultaneously. And I just thought, there's got to be a way that I can create great products that aren't on the level or caliber that I would like to be spending my time doing, but still a very affordable. I mean, literally, much like the product I held up earlier, this ball of hash. I was able to do it with dry sift. It's about 8 months old now. And this is an affordable product that is really nice smoke. It's comfortable. It's good. But to the people who I've been making hash with, they would look at this and go, what are you talking about, dude? That is absolute and complete garbage. In their defense, it's probably around 35% THC. They're used to chain smoking shit that's between 60 and 80%, whether full melt bubble or wet wash. So I kind of learned, well, what if I can make really beautiful traditional hash? Not necessarily, I don't think really beautiful means high THC when it comes to traditional hash, because people who smoke traditional hash and have for decades aren't interested in smoking a 60+% THC. Most of them are quite happy with 30 to 35, considering that's even high compared to what the hash was that was coming in from Morocco and Lebanon and Afghanistan back in the 70s and 80s and early 90s. So I don't think it would be turning your back on Canada if you found a source of income that you used sparingly to fund your success in Canada.
Yeah, no, I do hear what you're saying. So yeah, we're trying to, we're a small farm here. We're not even up to full size. We have power limitations in our rural area here. But see, when I say turning my back on Canada, we've built this brand here in Canada. Hey there, smoker farms, this and that. I don't. I've worked so hard to create all this and to make sure as many people can get our amazing products as they can. I feel the international thing would be. I feel the bottom's going to drop out of it one day.
Well, you're not wrong there.
But I love weed so much that I want to share it with my country, man.
Mm-hmm.
So if I sell my weed to somewhere else, do I feel like I'm cheating? I don't feel like I'm cheating. I know I have to do whatever I have to do to keep the doors open, and so I can continue to do what I love. It's growing weed, but it's a bit of a fine line for me, But at the end of the day, it's all about survivability. I need to keep growing. I don't know how to do anything else as good as I can when it comes to growing. So,
well, don't you think the world deserves the Kootenay flower as much as Canada?
And I think that too. I know I've got tons of followers in Germany on our Twitter stuff there, and
they want to hey there too, man.
hey there to everybody in the world, man.
What about you, Che?
Yeah, this
Speak loud.
This licensed market's been a learning curve for sure. When we started out, we grew nothing but one strain, 5,000 plants, the same strain, 5,000 kilos wet. And we're like, oh, you remember that, Marcus? I had this extra 1,000 kilos. I couldn't figure out what to do with. Like, what should we do with this, Marcus? Well, then we made 3,000 of our topical. We took it to BCLDB, and they're like, no, actually, we don't like that size. Can you make it half that size? So it was a really steep learning curve. It was important to be able to adapt along the way. I share some of what you're saying there, Jeff, about like the sentiment, like selling into our own backyard, and that's always going to be really close to my heart in my own community. But as we've moved in some other countries. We're in Australia with a couple of our extracts now, and actually looks like we're going to be one of the first, if not the first, dry flower sun grown into London here in the next few weeks coming up.
Awesome.
And I get this feedback from people, from Australia. Oh, we tried your rosin. It's amazing. We love it. It did this to me. And that felt as good as it did from, someone that's calling me from buddies in its own way, getting the medicine to the people. And then, our business model's actually always been to help this community. We've talked about this before, but when legalization happened, it really hit this community extra hard, financially and culturally. And these are the people, for the most part, that, this isn't organized crime, at least I'm seeing. Maybe there's some, but what I'm seeing is mom and pops, like myself and my partner, and Josh and Kelly, and all of us, just trying to be with this plant that we love, that we're passionate about, this medicine. And because we know there's nothing wrong with it. We know actually what we're doing is a good thing. So even there's this legal part to it. You know, uh, Being with this medicine was more important to us. So we did what we needed to do and risked our necks. And some of us spent some jail time. My dad was in jail for 2 or 3 times while I was growing up. So it was really sad to see this opportunity go elsewhere, and especially big corporate cannabis that maybe didn't carry the same sentiment. So really a big part of our plan is to be, well, where's the market? BC's so small. We're selling, maybe a couple kilos of a strain a month would be a really good month. That's a lot. But in the international market, there's a lot of patients out there too. And so we always have focused on getting into more international markets with our brand, but really the producing the biomass from our region, not just our farm. We're not going to expand beyond our farm or regenerative. We can't. We have to keep within this certain footprint, or it's not really regenerative anymore. But the real way to help people and our environment and our community is to expand to multiple sites and have small regenerative farms producing the biomass that goes into a bigger brand and a bigger market, which is that market. So that's really the biggest reason we're nipping on these heels. We've had some Rose Buddies grow for us. Product was slow to sell here in the domestic market. That's the missing key, is the sales. And so I think we're going to keep knocking on doors and presenting the Kootenays to more and more of the world. They already know, but as they actually get our product and see us in the stores, I think it could really help our whole region if we are able to continue down this path.
And how much are the local, do you sell a lot of product locally?
Not really, no. On the bigger scale, right? Maybe say 2,000 units in a month or a month and a half would be a pretty good skew.
Okay.
There's as many people in Boulder County as there are in all the Kootenays, so it's a much lower population density. So there just in turn is what, a half dozen retail shops in the Kootenays. So
And a high population of growers, which people would know, in general, just in the
But a high percentage of smokers.
yeah,
smokers, growers. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, it's true. And you know what? I just wanted to come off the heels of what you were saying, Che, is that Josh and have been going over to Europe pretty much nonstop, trying to find avenues for our community members here, for Canadians, even for, we feel, really important breeders and product makers down in the States as well. And it's been awesome, finding new avenues. But in the same facet, it just takes time. And we now are going to be making a presence at every one of the conferences with a really large group of people. Marcus, I know you know about this. And just trying to bring in Kootenay growers, trying to bring in breeders, people that are mom and pop. We can't afford to have a presence at some of these really large conferences because it costs so much to have a booth. But if we all join together and create a really beautiful, swanky area, then people want to come to us. Then they're looking to us for that mom and pop, that community, the education, because so many of us who are going to be joining in this legacy lounge that we're calling it are people that have been involved in it forever. But it's been very, very slow to start because of the rules and regulations, and it's been very intense. And I know, Che, you guys have been absolutely at it tirelessly and maybe tired also. Tiredly. So this idea of moving into Europe and creating a whole new brand and comes with all of its rules and regulations as well. Not only are we dealing with Health Canada here, but I'll just leave it there.
Also, Thailand is really put a damper in Europe. And that's just true. Like
It really
you go to
is.
Europe and everyone's talking about Thailand. And you're just like, oh shit. And it's a super
Cheaper.
cheap place to live. Not it's cheap, but it's just, you know what I mean? It's
To
inexpensive.
grow.
So it's like it just changed the dynamics, I feel. And there's shipping it legally, to Czech and then Germany or whatever. But
And now let's be real. Morocco is going to be and is
right, the
making an
king.
unbelievable presence in the international community because they have been the culture of hash for a very long time. And now they're bringing static sifters out there by the thousands. They're now taking a bunch of people's trim that's being grown in Canada or many other countries in the world legally. It's all being shipped to Morocco. And they're doing some really unbelievable extracts with the world's trash,
So I think
with the world's extras
they
and trim.
they've covered the baseline of bulk hash and stuff. It's super hard to come to the market with bulk hash and compete with that in this moment. I think our big like moment is just heady all the way. Like killer rosin, amazing melt, whether it's cured fresh, whatever,
Full spectrum carts
carts,
like
live
these
live
guys are
rosin
doing. Yeah,
carts, I think are
super
interesting,
important.
for people. But anyway, so yeah, I feel and breeding, so that's the one thing we have out here on the West Coast from BC to California is we have the ability to have a lot of plants and finding new varietals for the market and new flavors is pretty crucial.
And our story, we touched on this earlier. Like in Morocco, obviously, there's association to good hash and traditionally, but we have our own unique story, and I think it does in that lane of high quality. That's why I think we're going to be able to maintain our place in the international market. So people go to the store, they can get the Moroccan at a great price point, but they know about the Kootenays and they love the story and what's behind it, and they want to actually support something they believe in. And I do think that's the biggest thing we have to offer the world.
I think it's important too to make sure while you have it that you really promote it, that it is that story, that it is so unique because it plays. I mean, it plays to Humboldt, it plays to say Westmoreland in Jamaica, and a lot of these places that happen to be the best place to grow cannabis also coincidentally happen to be the furthest place away from the police that you can possibly live. So you might be surprised to find that other terroirs command a presence as well as cannabis becomes, starts being grown all over the world. But regardless if they do, they won't have the story. Do you know what I mean? So the story is such a value, in my opinion, of those cannabis places like Westmoreland and like the Kootenays, because in Jamaica, it was, everyone's like the best sense comes from the West. There's like 1,000 reggae songs about it. It's all, but if you really dig down into the reason why everyone grew in Westmoreland, it was the furthest away on the island that you could be from the police in Kingston. It was the other side of the island. And the police were like, I'm not going over there. Like, why would I go over there? There's a bunch of Rastafarians growing flowers, So that kind of is how it really propelled, the Kootenays is also this low density, incredible, amazing spot that just happens to be kind of far away. Like everyone's got long driveways. It's not super it's not the place you're going to be like knocking on doors if you're, trying to sell Bibles or whatever. So there's that about it as well, which is why, in my opinion, like the importance of the story, I think export that story, export that story to the rest of the world. Cause that's, there's like, there's a romance in it. There's this sort of intimate connection that can be made with someone like, oh, wow, this is the Kootenay bud that I've heard about. It's like, yeah, there you go, man. Give it a shot. In the same way that I want you guys to export your Kootenay flower. Now imagine this. Imagine that Lebanon doesn't want to turn their back on their country and export hash to Canada. Holy shit, I would take that personally. I'm like, you got to turn your back at least a little bit. Like, we need to taste what you got going on. I look forward to the days where hash from traditional countries are able to be imported into, the market here. I think that would be super cool. Just like I think on the same flip side, I'd love to see your guys' hash and products sold in Lebanon one day. I love the idea of traditional hash countries becoming legal for both import and export as well as production. But I just love access of all kinds and every kind. I used to be more limited in what I wanted people to have access to, and now I'm just like, who am I to judge? Just have access, get access. Maybe it'll be good for you. We'll always fight for better, but in the meantime, I definitely am, fighting for full access for the world.
I
And
like that too. And it would be really cool to see places like Morocco and those places come out with higher grade product as well, because
They will.
and they
oh,
are.
they have. They
That's
have.
what I'm
I've
saying.
I've
And
seen
that's
like
cool because
70% THC come out of Morocco. It got
and
wrapped so tight into footballs and then was like smuggled out of the country that they exploded during the smuggling process. These things were wrapped so tight, and there was so like it was
it was
full melt
active.
dry sip. It was like full melt 6 star. So it's possible. I think Morocco's biggest problem is like the water. It's the water issue. They don't
I
have a
think
lot
the
of water.
harvesting as well, right?
Yeah,
Isn't the harvesting
harvesting.
their biggest issue? Because there's not like tons of warehouses everywhere. So
Well,
there's a
they're definitely not like
good
in
portion of it.
the way they make hash is
Starts
they want to
field.
cure the flower. So yeah, it just sits out on hot fields or on top of barns or
That would be
wherever.
an upgrade. So they'll figure it out. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean there's many
Anyway,
many very knowledgeable people are there now and have been there over the course of the last 50 years. It's just like microclimates within, the Rift is huge. It's a gigantic enormous area, and I suspect that if you were able to see an accurate overview of everything that's going on, there's probably some awesome regenerative folks in there. There's probably, you know what I mean? Like people that have just been inspired by knowledge that's been around long enough now that they're doing it. But as always, the majority, probably 80 to 90%, is the same old, because it works. It's always worked. And I mean, Morocco for the longest time was known to have some of the lowest quality hash, even
yeah.
even no not hash, because there was what do they call it, soap bar that came from Morocco that went to the UK in the late 90s early
And
2000s that had a
that's the
zero
thing with
percent THCA number, dude. It was 0%.
wow. And that's the thing with like Pakistani hash and it's not to say anything bad about it. You just a lot of times you don't know what's in that stuff. Yeah, in India, if you're in India and you're getting hash, like
Dude, Heady
what's
Happenings had
in,
6
I was
different
just
people
gonna
that
you
say,
smelled
know,
methyl
imagine
what's
any
in,
butanol.
happenings.
Dude, so it's like, and in the defense of Heady
but that's
Happenings, it would have been every contest that's ever happened. It's been
well,
like
that's
if you let people sell weed without holding their feet a little bit to the fire, because Smoker Farms earlier was very accurate and honest about it, and it's like people don't want to hear that. It rubs them the wrong way. It makes them, it's like, I don't like the feeling when he said that we all sprayed stuff on our plants. And then the guy next to him was like, but we did. He's like, I know, but I didn't like when he
it's a
said
bad feeling.
it.
I don't like
Well,
being
that was
seen.
let's give props to Emerald Cup because
That's right.
Emerald Cup helped form a massive culture, right?
Totally.
It brought sun grown
Yep.
into the realm. It created space for regenerative
Another
farms
reason,
and
another
SD
important
labs.
reason why, sorry to cut you off, but
Right?
another important reason why testing was so important, because once you start bringing sun-grown cannabis in, it doesn't matter if you didn't spray something into the soil. The plant is phytoremediative. It'll pull out what is in the soil if you didn't test it. So that's
And
like a
what
whole, go ahead.
and what's in the air. So like if you were next to people that were spraying crazy, like
Avid,
some of those people's neighbors made them fail,
the
right?
avocado
That's
farms,
terrible. And
dude,
800
nightmare.
flower entries. Another thing is if you're a judge,
Alec Dixon, the year that they did the testing,
took a
was
lot of
it
heat.
took a
Dude,
Josh
he
Burger,
came on Hash
lot
Church like a
of
week after,
heat.
and he said, I felt like the Grinch.
dude,
It was, I mean, he like came, I'm hiding in the
people
teepee, guys. And it was really incredible. People who we have held accountable as community and people who I have bought tremendous amount of flour from in the past who have promised up and down that, it was clean, blah, blah, blah. It really did put the toes to the fire. And, I think the ending result in that testing and that heat that came up and it overboiled and it created a lot of animosity and all different kinds of things. But in the end, those growers who got busted,
Changed.
all of them changed. And all of them are doing better.
Or got
And
or busted
all
their
of
neighbor.
them are, you know, making
Better
it
for
work
it.
to even better than maybe had it not happened. So I don't know how many people got busted for mycobutanol and other different types of chemicals. That particular Emerald Cup, I can't even remember the year because time's moving so fast and the timeline shift
2016, 17,
are happening
15,
so
16,
fast.
17, 18,
That
those years,
was
yeah.
that was super intense, but it was a lot, guys.
Prob-
That was the time of like 900 entries. And I mean, I think over 100 got flagged and they just pulled it and were ruthless about it. And those growers, it was one of the largest, hardest lessons that NorCal, Oregon, Washington had ever had, I
It
think.
pushed forward regenerative farming, though. It did because none of our farms, the pure certified farms, ever got disqualified.
Oh no. That
Plus, in 2014, we created the pure certification at a time of butane oil and all those different things, and we were solventless only. So all of our farms were breeding, doing solventless really since those times. And in the end, being able to grow a plant for less money or make your own nutrients and then make the headiest of solvent extracts, it's what we're still talking about. And we were talking about it then. So it's cool because it just kept proving itself, and that's our story. And that's where
But
we're
I
different.
but I then think what's hard right now is that here Che and Kelly are producing some of the most incredible and Mike, you too, and everybody in the Coonies are producing some of the most unbelievable, highest quality international flour, rosin, hash. I could go on and we are sticking by what we plan to come in on, but it's not selling, in the way that we want to see it selling.
Because this
So,
is the reality of this industry, is that just like food, the majority of people don't have a lot of money to put into it. So whether they like it or not, they buy the cheapest thing that they can find, and that is the 80+% of the industry. That's the part of the industry that all these monster companies were sort of like, we'll just take care of that. The smaller companies are like, no problem, we'll take care of the 20%. But it is so much harder. I learned this the very hard way, Kelly, that like putting out a nice product, it doesn't necessarily mean squat if people won't buy it. You have to put out what people want, and unfortunately what people want is very much affected by the price that it is. And okay, the first lesson I learned, which was like the biggest kick in the nuts ever, was when I was in the lab and we made the first batch. I think Mike probably was there with me doing it, and we whipped off the first batch and we separated everything into grades, and it was a water hash batch. And then my partners were like, okay, so just let's mix it all up now and we'll test it. I'm like, no, we can't mix it all up. It has to stay separate. And my partner was like, are you fucking on drugs? Like, that's a $1,500 test per bag. Like, there's our margin gone. You just made like we'll have to make like 100 kilos to make this of value so that the testing itself doesn't. It was impossible. The system is set up impossible to do it the way you want to do it. You just have to do it the way the system is set up, which doesn't mean you can't still get great products to market and this, that, and the other thing, but it is the limitations that generally, adults aren't a big fan of being limited for no real good reason other than someone who's making the limitations has a lack of understanding of what's actually going on, or worse, they think cannabis is something you have to protect children from, and sometimes both. And so if you're fighting both of those things, it's like, oof, it's a little bit difficult.
Too many fingers in the pot also makes good products less viable for the market. And I think that
Hashtag never touched.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just like in terms of like all of the branches that where money is taken through taxes and unnecessary SOPs that take time and money for that end up in cost and overhead.
Or unnecessary SOPs, or incorrect deciphering of the Health Canada rules and regulations by a pharmaceutical QAP or a QA. Because I also saw that a lot. The QA was just on another level, like just like following everything to the T and to a letter. And it
Well,
was
and just disconnected too from what the actual process is.
totally, completely disconnected. The only way you could do that in the first place is by being disconnected. So it's interesting that there's all these different obstacles to kind of overcome. Obviously, those obstacles are less likely to occur in a person who knows has a relationship with cannabis and enjoys cannabis. But yeah, this legal cannabis is definitely no joke in regards to its difficulty. I talk about turning your back on Canada. I literally stopped selling my products in Canada for years. I've only really been working back on bringing products back to the Canadian market in the last like 8 months, because it became impossible. It literally became impossible. It was just not a feasible experience. And I since brought my brand down to the US, and I'm just in 8 different states down there. And it's different, but wow, in a lot of ways, it's definitely like, for brands like Rosebud, Smokers Farm, Dragonfly, Earth Medicine, the US relationships are individual because of the lack of federal legalization. It's state. So you could literally have like 29 different US partners with your brand represented even exclusively by each partner just in each individual states, which means you have to have grows and processing facilities and sales teams, and literally, so that's the disadvantage, is that you need so many things versus the Canadian, which is a double-edged sword as well. It's amazing when you get a big order for 10 kilos from a province. You're like, holy shit, that's awesome. But then I remember us being warned, because it was the OCS. They said, if these guys sell out of this fast and they want to order another 10 or even 12 kilos, and you can't fulfill the order, you get, and I don't think it's like this anymore, but back then, and I'm sure you remember this, Mike, you would get punished. They would put you at the bottom of their purchase list. Even if you were an already accepted brand, you wouldn't be where you were before in regards to them wanting to purchase. So there's definitely a lot of obstacles. I feel like the biggest obstacle, getting cannabis federally legalized, that had to be like the king's descent or whatever it's called, like operating on the highest fucking levels of this illusionary government. But still, I'd never seen anything like it in my whole life. And everyone that I ever knew that smoked weed was like, they're never going to legalize it, not in your lifetime. So like, I was sort of surprised to see that one happen. And when it did happen, and don't get me wrong, they didn't decide. We forced their hand. We got them into the corners through so many different lawsuits and so many different ways of activism, particularly sick and catastrophically ill children benefiting from cannabis. That was like the last leg of prohibition, where they were just like, oh my God, like, who are we going to send on camera to argue this? You know what I mean? So we've got it to a point. I feel like these little things that are such a pain in the ass, and yes, you're not wrong, they're bankrupting companies. But I wonder if all of those companies could survive in a utopian world, or if it's just the way business works in a young industry like cannabis. Like, I just pray that it gets better, that it's going to open up. That being said, I also love some of the regulations, in particular the testing regulations. I think that should transfer over to food and water and air. That would be amazing to see those things be transferred, like us, those sort of industries, or whatever you want to call them, groups, are influenced by, hey, look at how hardcore cannabis is being regulated. Like, we don't even regulate corn like that, and everyone puts it in their mouth. Just a thought.
Even cannabis edibles get, yeah. denied because of going into an edible, but go ahead.
Yeah. Well, and I just wanted to say that there's yet here we are, another side of the coin is that when there's difficulties and we're all trying to figure it out, we really join together. It's been amazing, like seeing so many people come out of the woodwork in the Kootenays and, all of the threads and the emails and everything that Tracy has been up to and everything that Pam and Mike have been up to. I mean, like, this is community and people pull together. And even though, the market may be hard to reach, the Kootenays is still producing absolutely some of the best flower and the best children and the very healthy gardens to match. We're pulling massive zucchini and massive buds out of our gardens, and we're still making a lot of the magic happen. So even in the trenches of difficulty, I love it that this community pulls together and that when I can come to Rosebud and here you are, Che, you guys are going to be putting on, the Unicorn Cup again this year.
Rosebud Bowl.
No, it's Unicorn, right?
We're back to our roots this year. We're gonna do the Rosebud Bowl.
Oh, yes.
It's gonna be
Okay.
the same thing. It's just really aimed at our
Unicorns are
cannabis.
invited.
Right.
Unicorns
And
are
then
invited.
next year we'll do the big shebang again, but we won't take anything ever away from our cannabis community. That'll always be the main attraction of the event.
And that's like been amazing to go and join
Bring our
there
children.
together with family and people. Anyone who's listening to this podcast absolutely should be making an incredible mecca to come out to the Rosebud Bowl and whatever these guys are creating, because this is Kootenay cannabis.
And
This is community. And as hard as the market is, we still are absolutely thriving.
and there's other
So I
brands,
need to say
and
that as well.
I'll name a few: Coots Canna, Kootenay's Finest, Kootenay Cultivar, Sweetgrass. Anyone can name more, but those are, some other farms that are living soil that are producing for both Canada and the world, and are also really beautiful people and a huge part of our family network and whatnot. And again, there's more, but there's
Yeah, and Damien's been pushing into the international market. That's really
Quantum.
cool. Quantum.
Yeah.
Paradise Valley, yeah, it just goes on. There's so many great producers in our area. There is one other market that I want to make sure we touch on really quickly. Gets overlooked a lot, and that's the medical market. And actually, we just expanded. We doubled our site here, and we're growing THCV genetics for that'll actually end up in Europe in capsules. And there's been some incredible advancements in medicine as well. There's been a discovery in the gentleman I'm going to do this for. THCV is suppressing type 2 diabetes. And he actually cured his own diabetes twice. He stopped taking it and proved to his doctors. And he's behind this project. And there's more reasonable margins. We're getting a 25% margin. That's all we're really asking for. And to be straight, that's a tough thing to happen here in BC. But so there is other markets out there available that are just not quite as obvious. And it takes something really more aimed at medicine to reach those markets. So I'd encourage anybody that's interested in more of that side of things to explore it, because I think it's a little bit untapped at this point.
Well, and I've now seen a couple of the micros, micros being limited in canopy size. It takes being small, you're limited on the amount of people you can hire, the amount that people you can throw at the licensing and the export paperwork. But there are a couple of licenses that have been able to kind of penetrate the domestic market, have been able to get their products exported to multiple international markets, and are now at the point that they're having to make decisions about what markets they release products into under their single micro license. And in some cases, they're now building a second or third micro license to supply the growth in their sales channels. Ultimately, no one stream of revenue is going to be enough to pay all the bills. But as you here in the Kootenays, many great streams create great rivers. We're surrounded by many great rivers. So, like, as the Kootenay farmers and processors and brands that work with the Kootenay farmers are able to get their products into an ever-growing number of markets, we're actually going to start to see farmers have to allocate their crops towards whatever revenue streams are generating, able to pay their family and their company, their employees the best.
Well, that's definitely what's going on in Colorado right now, from traveling around and visiting all the different grows in the South, and, going to Boulder and Evergreen and Denver, obviously.
Yeah, we
There's
had a big boom in the early 2010s in Colorado, but then it kind of crashed, and now it's kind of leveled out. And the people that are producing the best product are being sought out. The people that are producing average product have to work to get it to market. But then, as you get your products into various markets, you're going to find those consumers that vibe with your brands, your product, your lifestyle, and your culture, and you're going to end up kind of creating those loyal brands and loyal customers that end up creating those revenue streams for the farms. It's just that's the hardest part about it. 20 years ago in the traditional market, everyone was able to export. Now everyone's just starting to figure out or transition through the export process. There's not nearly as many export markets as the traditional market was exporting to. So now it's just a matter of holding our breath and trying to be efficient until we can get to till all the politicians get out of the way.
Yeah, geez, I don't know.
It's a tough thing to do, but it's one of those things that we're here in the Kootenays, resilient bunch. Cannabis farmers are resilient farmers.
That's true. So we aren't that soft.
And having being resilient, we can kind of spend our time find pheno the best strains, find which ones work the best in these climates. Because some of the people on these farms on this call have spent years, if not decades, either hunting different strains to bring to market, or hunting very specific genotype lines, and that creates a really unique ability that we can kind of find that there's a million different niches for both medical and recreational and herbal products. And I think that's going to we haven't seen the global market kind of level out and commodify the blue dream or cookie index. But what we will always see is like people that have the best quality will always command a premium, and that premium quality generally comes from unique climates that are hard to replicate. And while I've built fairly large facilities, it's the quality that we can produce in those larger facilities isn't nearly as high of a quality as what we can produce on a small scale, because we can custom tailor nutrients, grow methodologies, climate, and strains towards their climates on a level that you can't do when you're growing hundreds or thousands of plants in a standardized system.
Well, man, I hate to be the voice of unreason, but I'll tell you, just recently in the last year, I've met a group who is doing exactly that.
Yeah.
They custom do all of their nutrients. They work with Canna, and Canna will create whatever they want. They have this facility goes through 100,000 gallons of water a day. I've never seen anything like it. They had 12,000 lights burning when I was there, but they have 15,000 burning now. With greenhouse roofs, metal halide, high pressure sodiums, and LED and blackout roofs, all growing massive, growing a ridiculous amount. And this is what they grew there. Mm-hmm. And I saw 44 kilos of this hash. This is 6-star full melt belt. I'll be honest, I had never seen it before, Mike. I've never seen a facility. I now in my defense of never seeing it, Skunkman Sam always said it was completely possible. He said, of course you can do it. Of course, he said, I can grow fields of incredible quality resin. It's like, don't convince yourself that you can't. You really can. And these guys have somehow figured out how to do it. I've never seen anything like it. This resin is stable. It's like soft glass. It's got a real nice feel to it. It melts completely into a liquid. You can obviously read through it. It's fully, and it's not thin. This is a thick piece of hash. You can read through it. I got to give it up to this company, Cannara Biotech Quebec. They are really blowing my mind on the regular with the quality of resin that they're growing. That's why, in my opinion, it's so important when you have a solid story, regardless of your size. Don't get caught up in the size aspect of it. Just get caught up in the quality or that you want to bring to market, right? And there's many qualities that people want to bring to market. I mean, I see
Well,
CBD cigarettes. What's that? Go ahead.
they've done a partnership with Canna where they're actually, custom tailoring nutrients to specific strain.
Yes.
So they're able to kind of really dial it in.
Dude, exactly doing the thing that most companies, I'm telling you, the CEO of this company, he knows every aspect of every corner of every part of these facilities. He's literally the master grower. He's the one in charge of growing the flower. He knows everything about the BHO extraction, class 1, div 1 room. He knows everything about the water extraction. I'd never really seen a company like it, and that's why that's the company that I've been working with here for the last 8 months to see if we can't
Well, it's
be a part of it.
yeah. Hopefully they get some provincial ledge changed so they can actually, because they're in Quebec, right?
Yeah, but they sell to all of Canada. So, and
Yeah.
they do great in Quebec. They have an unbelievable Quebec portion of the market where they produce flour and hash and extracts all in the 30% or below range. But then they supply the rest of Canada with higher quality products.
Yeah. No, I think a hybrid greenhouse is going to be one of the more efficient methodologies, just based off what I've been studying over the last.
And I'll be honest, the other thing is that to do it in BC is to truly be the most difficult place to do because of the cost of power. It is less than a third the cost of power in Quebec. It might be closer to a quarter. I'd have to find out again. I remember being shocked when I found out how cheap electricity is in Quebec, as well as water. Water is has almost no cost.
Yeah, it kind of depends on your proximity to the hydroelectric dams.
Yeah, well, Quebec as a whole is known for extremely cheap electricity. I think Northern New York is as well, if I'm not mistaken. They've got a pretty cheap.
It's kind of like a local joke here where there's like people are growing just to pay their power bill to grow.
Well, that's not a joke though,
Yeah,
like
I
we're
know, but
constantly complaining about the tax, but it's like, man, if that power bill was like, if you got rid of 65% of that power bill, you'd have a margin.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think
Washington has a really low electricity rate too. Different country, I know, but I'm just saying they have a super low electricity rate. And
well, and a lot of the
Not
Washington
that
State
low.
power. No, not that
well,
low.
compared to British Columbia, and it depends. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and you can actually get government funds to upgrade a lot of your power, a lot of your lights from HID to LEDs.
Yep. That
No,
we do that with Grandmaster LED. We get people, sometimes they get all their money back, Mike. And in fact, there's been instances where people have gotten more money back than the lights. Like it's kind of insane. The willingness to burn money on just getting people to use less energy. They're like
Rebates for new technology.
dude, massive rebates for everything.
well, and what you're going to see is as everyone starts competing on a global market, you're going to have to compete with those large scale greenhouses on a global scale. And people are going to have to start transitioning to a level where they're being a lot more efficient with their light use. Because in a greenhouse, I can have a light cover a much larger square footage than you do in a indoor room. Now, there will always be a need for indoor, just like there's always a need for greenhouse or outdoor, but there will be different pros and cons. And I think the most efficient way of producing the highest quality is going to be some form of hybrid greenhouse with living soil, as well as some supplemented nutrients to crop steer. So, and that's where, you're seeing each of these grows, slowly trend different ways and have their unique methodologies, their unique nutrient profiles or cultivation methods, end up creating a kind of a somewhat unique terroir and unique flavor to the flower that they're producing. So, but yeah, I mean, you'll also see, like, I'm one of the few people that geeks out on how different nutrients affect different strain profiles, or different light spectrums affect different strain profiles.
I mean, it's definitely good work to be doing if you want to uncover interesting things.
Yeah, it's just a ton of work, right? Because you got to standardize and have controls and all of that. And whether you're doing something like Canara where they're, doing nutrient profile development, or light manufacturers are oftentimes trying to find, like, what's the specific light spectrum for cannabis or other crops. But obviously, if I'm growing one crop indoors, an equatorial sativa versus a high latitude indica, they may need a slightly different light spectrum. Um, but there's now a ton of research being done to try and figure out what spectrums are best for which strains. Um, I would suspect that, that'll kind of go towards terroir. You'll always have, some strains do better in your local region, but then you'll also be able to have those strains available in the global market. It's just you're not going to be able to grow an apricot kush as well in a controlled environment indoor grow room as you will in a polyculture with an apricot tree.
We've been doing some research into light spectrum and even actually minor cannabinoids, like for THCV, for example. Um, Looking at Lesotho's an African country in Africa. It's one of the highest countries in the world. Their landrace stuff is just loaded with THCV. And it looks like there's a relationship between the UVB, the UV light of the sun, because they're so close, so high in the sky, and the plant using that as a protective mechanism. The THCV actually apparently acts as a bit of a sunscreen effect. So it's really neat like that. You touched on that, the relationship between spectrum and cannabinoids, but I think it gets deeper and deeper and more detailed as we uncover this stuff. I find it really exciting too to be learning these things.
I'm curious to know how you're planning on growing some THCV strains. Like, are they already started? What's going on?
Yeah, they everything we grow here has some rudorellus in it, and this is no exception. And so these genetics are not our genetics. They're an amazing genetic that have come from elsewhere. And but a similar region, geographically, maybe not necessarily, but elevation and humidity levels. And so I imagine they're going to need some adapting. But I think that they'll do well the first year. They know this living soil structure. Yeah, and genetics is another huge part of this. Like, I think I agree that there's a place for indoor long term, but at the same time, genetics are getting better and better. And, depending where you're growing, such a huge part of this. Like this product we're putting into London really is really, really close to an indoor bag appeal. The density, and some people are saying it's better than some of the indoor they're buying. And these are not our genetics either, but it's just showing that the improvement in genetics is like really opening up more and more possibility. When we can go to some of these countries with so much, more intense sun and longer seasons, and grow some of these, more advanced, because more time's been put into indoor genetics. We've been hiding in the basement for 70 years or 50 years, and there's been a lot of breeding going on in the basement, and there's a handful of Kootenay folk and beyond that have been doing some things outdoors, but the relationship of, to the breeding indoors has gotten way out of control compared to the amount of efforts and put outdoors. So there's a lot more room to advance in the sun type scenario. And yeah, it goes back to maybe adding different specific soil recipes to bring out certain terpenes. We do a lot of fish for stuff and some sulfur for like danky, diesels and funky. It just loves like that fish. We try not to use too much animal amendments, but sulfur's another, or something sweet, alfalfa. Anything like fruity and sweet just loves the alfalfa. Then you start talking about different light combinations to also increase certain cannabinoids and maybe even terpenes too. I think there's a lot more dialing we can do in these recipes as time goes on.
So you're talking about all autoflowers? Is this particular strain going to be autoflower?
No, we don't do much autos except maybe 10%, and that's just to take the workload off of the harvest, really, to spread that out. These are all fast finishers. So what we do here with my own genetics that I've created is I'll take a really something I really love from indoors, and I'll look at the history of it, like where did it come from? Like, has it have a chance in my region, or is it going to be a real problem to adapt? And if I think it's going to fit okay, I'll put some ruderellus into it, some full autoflower, and then wean those out. So we'll put the light cycle, I think it's 15 hours what we do. We put the light cycle of 14 to trigger the ones that will fast finish when we do our pheno hunt. And the true photo period ones won't. They'll stay vegging out. So right there we can cut it down to what's going to work on our site as far as trigger time. Because we got to finish in September, maybe the first week of October, like 3,500 feet up here. End of October is just too risky. So then we'll pheno hunt through those in an outdoor situation and see which ones are the keepers, carry through the terpene profile, and actually do well on our site. So at the end of the day, pretty much everything here except the full autos is 25% ruderellus or autoflower.
The first plant I ever grew was ruderellus.
What was it? What strain?
We literally, it was called ruderellus. That's like what it was called. We
It
grew
wasn't a Mighty Mite.
This was in 95.
Oh yeah.
It's true.
There's no
Like
Mighty
none of-
Mites. It was just a forced self-flowering, like, it flowered super, super early on, and it wasn't great cannabis, but me and my buddy were so proud of it, and we took a picture of it, and he sent it into High Times magazine somewhere in rural Manitoba, and we got into the November 95 issue, the last one Jerry was on the cover for. It's in the little picture area. It was like a Polaroid picture that they like photocopied into the magazine, and it's our shitty ruderellus garden grow. Not that your ruderellus is shitty, Che, but mine was. 400 Optimark light bulbs in a false wall behind my friend's bedroom in Winnipeg, Manitoba, because those motherfuckers took that shit pretty serious. If they found you growing weed, they'd be like, gotta go to jail now. So we had the little false panel that popped off the wall, and that was great, man. The amount of time I spent in that little room sitting with my buddy, just like staring at seedlings, like on the on the tray. It was the beginning of a unique relationship. I will say that.
Back in the early days of growing outdoors here in the Kootenays, the white grizzly was one seed line that came out of it, and there was always a portion of that was autoflower or ruderellus, and often it was like a lion's mane type of bud, meaning just full of leaves and crazy bushy and really not sought after. You're just kind of like, oh geez, like maybe for hash you could be like, oh, it's a hash plant, but and then we started getting more involved. Well, Heart Rock Mountain makes amazing autoflowers, and Kelly worked at Heart Rock, and huge love and respect to Daniel Morford and the crew down there. And then the outdoor genetics that we've been growing over all these years and stuff, and we've really been honing in, working with those genetics as well, and creating kind of quicks. I guess quicks is sort of a term that's used for, when you take like a hash plant or some kind of an old school plant, put autoflower in, and then you get a certain amount
Or
of
photo. People will call it a photo.
Yeah.
It's another term that
and
we
just to
use.
try and shorten the time cycle, so because like Chase said, like our magic window is September. There's flowers that start in the end of August and aren't fully developed by the time the weather changes, but the weather changes here in the beginning of September. and ripe flowers tend to have a hard time with that transition, some of them. So we want to be done before a lot of that change comes. And it's amazing when some of the ones are young and they grow through that, they're not really susceptible to that change. And then you can get finishing flowers in October, which is sort of, it's a trip to see that, because you'd think, oh, everything just melted. But the only ones that really melted were the ones that were more farther advanced in their flower cycle.
Che, are you working with genetics that are all sort of going to be finished at the same time, other than your THCV? Because I know you guys have been really sort of honing in on that finishing time. How's that going? Because you're anyone who doesn't know, Rosebud is just really beautiful, and to see it in bloom is something absolutely spectacular. So
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, we try to space it out, but inevitably they all want to finish around the same time. But we get about like a 6 week spread from the start to the finish.
that's really nice. That's super helpful. It's nice to be able to breed for that. Caleb, you had also just said that it was the lion claw, and that's what we had taken and brought up here so many years ago. And it was the crazy, up here in BC, it grew a bud that was about this big
And
and
this
about
one.
this wide. I'm not even exaggerating. It was unbelievable. But to dry sift it and to sort of work with it and extract it, we realized, whoa, all of the loudest OG sort of chem, cushy kush, dank terps were coming out of that. So we've been working in crossing that now for so many years, and
Because we love that fuel
it's
flavor,
hard to
and
find in
it's
those.
super OG fuel rich, and
Yeah.
that's what keeps coming through, which is really spectacular. We're excited to work with the lemon head that he's sending up to us as well, which is
The
nice,
lemon head is sick.
right?
It's so good.
Tell us where it came from, or where what you know.
It came from Boxcar Kelly down in Willits.
I mean, isn't
And
that just cool? It's funny to say in itself. Just to keep going though. But
yeah, yeah, yeah. And then but the lion claw, it was the first like auto flower that I was like, dang, these things got sweet potential. Yeah.
a lot of flavor, which
Yeah,
is that was the thing. The auto flowers didn't have as much flavor,
It's actually
totally.
really cool to
flavor
be
and form. Yeah.
It's actually cool to be talking about this because I know, Kelly, you were down at the farm working with some of these as we were just getting them, or even before we were getting some of those genetics that
Yeah.
was working with. And
I helped plant the first ones and get it going. We did like a massive open pollination project, and then it was a huge undertaking, like figuring out even just like the separating of the seeds with all of that. And because by the end of it, we ended up with like turkey bags that were like filled to the brim with seeds, and then we just kept going with that. So we planted like within the garden because the garden was a really open concept the garden is a really open concept garden, and it's not formal in terms of like rows or anything like that. There's large plots, some with 12-foot centers for plants, and we would make space around the edges of the garden and on any slopes or hills that we could find for auto flowers. And just because they don't take up the same amount of space, we were able to do a lot at once. But yeah,
I love that. It's really cool to hear that whole thing. And then to have those genetics then crossed with our genetics that we've been working with now for 28 years. So really cool, and just it's exciting. And I really think that Che really hit the nail on the head in saying that there isn't a lot of work that has been done, way in the past historically with these photo periods or autos, the ruderalis dip into it, because I have really been seeing some that are finishing even in mid-August in a lot of places that absolutely can compete with the indoor and look like they're light dep or indoor and have the smell and aroma of the same thing. And I do believe that, a lot of this is year dependent. It is weather
That's true.
dependent. Weather dependence has a lot to do with how our terpenes are going to come out and how the crystal formation is going to come out. And the more that we're able to breed for our zones and create terroir that, is accumulating those really dank trichomes that can stand up in later weather, that's what we're going for. And I love it
We
that the
have
possibilities are endless
I'll
now.
just say we're really excited this year to work with a bunch of different hash varietals that are going to be quicks and outdoors in our farm. So there's going to be all kinds of different crosses from white thorn rose to
Well, it was to be a
honey,
bag seed white thorn rose.
which is important
Super
to note.
important. Anybody who has a white thorn rose out there who's not working with a clone, it's bag
From
seed.
Huckleberry Hill.
And it may or may not be. So that's just really important. And we got that really beautiful education from Rose just the other day. So that's important. An amazing, amazing strain. Everybody claims to have it, but it is a bag seed. And those guys are working really hard on trying to get it out as like clones and put a real
License.
brand and license on that. So
Anyway,
Yeah.
a lot of different everything from papaya to you know how it is, cherries and stuff. So we'll see how it goes.
Dude, I miss your
across the
guys'
banana.
guava, strawberry guava. Remember that one from
I
like 3,
know.
4 years ago?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. That came out of Kush Kirk and Amanda from Garden of Greece in Southern Oregon. Um, well, you know, we have this Starburst, which is really amazing, and we have a straw nana Starburst. And that's a super nice hybrid because the Starburst makes really spectacular hash. It's very, there's people that grow like super good Starburst in California. And also it has that kind of translucent style trichome hash as well, which that's what was really spectacular about the straw nana. It was like one of the first like super clear. And when we made rosin out of it, it was almost like it was clear, translucent, you know, and then it got milky and it crashed, but it still almost had this just a really unique flavor. And we don't still have it as a
Well,
clone.
and it turns out that the Starburst grows really well up in the Kootenays, and now we're breeding with it, and we're just definitely bring a lot of those banana and super fruity fruit joy. We've got some of that growing.
We have a bunch of
It's
barb
exciting.
crosses. That's what it was. There's a bunch of barb in those quicks. So there you go, Marcus. We got some barb going on the outdoor style
And
here.
weren't you part of some of the origination of that too, Marcus?
Well,
No, I just
Oh,
was
no.
lucky
No.
enough to turn a bunch
Great
of it
guy.
into nice hash.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I definitely helped popularize it in the sense that
Yeah.
the videos got a lot of views, like more so than really any of my videos have ever gotten.
Green source, yeah, green source would have had
Yeah,
it.
and when I think about the barb, I know that the great gardener is also involved, but I know that you did help popularize that. It's nice to know that it's coming back
And
to
then
the
it,
Kootenays in other forms. It went all the way around the world and now is coming back. So
I think Barcelona with GWA and Fruit Joy with Grateful Seeds and Dank Grass Club in Barcelona won a bunch of awards with it. So it was
yeah.
kind of a barb.
The barb was awesome. Kelly and I washed for the Great Gardener Farm, Kurt and Matt, and it was amazing returns. Super, super melty. It was top 3, I think, of anything I've ever washed. Actually, it's great genetic.
The fruit joy was unreal.
Yeah, I
That's
think those
really
are
exciting.
Yeah, I always found the barb, to me, what was really special about it was the shishka berry. It was the most accurate transference of shishka berry genetics to something that was almost completely shishka berry. It was very shishka berry oriented, except that it kind of tapered off with this peach-esque flavor profile that shishka berry didn't necessarily. There were 2 shishka berries too. Breeder Steve is now doing his own podcast, I see on YouTube. You can go check him out at Spice of Life Seeds. But he would know better than I do. But I think it was the yellow one that made the barb, the yellow Afghan line. There was a yellow and a red, but I'm pretty sure it was the yellow. And the Nicole was the exact same way, which Alessandro from Marimberos in Colombia used to have that. He would win legends. He would win, all these events, Dabadoos and whatnot with that Nicole, who Ramon from I want to say Compound, but I always get it wrong. Grounded? No, which one is Ramon's seed company? He's in Barcelona as well. Anyway, he was the one that was making the static sift for the Nicole. It was also a complete and total shishka berry dominant cultivar. And shishka berry also, for any of you that don't remember my origin story, I had tried the two bag system multiple times and wasn't really impressed with it. No one I really knew was impressed with it. And Steve was like, "Hey, run some of this through there." And he gave me some shishka berry, and from two bags, it basically came out as a full melt product, which was very surprising at the time. And it really was kind of the only reason I really gave water hash a chance and thought, like, because it was the first time I was like, oh, okay. Because back then we just didn't know enough that when you ran like, 5 or 6 or 7 things, you'd basically be like, well, that's everything. I've ran everything through these bags, and none of it is impressive. And don't get me wrong, I didn't even know what I was looking for. No one said if you use these bags, you'll get hash that melts into a liquid. That wasn't even a thing yet. But the shishka berry was exactly that. It turned into full melt bubble with the 190, 160, 120, 90, 70, like all of them in right down into the 73 bag. And it was still very melty, which from anyone that's ever made hash, you understand that that's a fairly big unicorn. And so I think plants like the shishka berry and the skunk number one, they're like key plants that have like made donations to a wide variety of genetics. Skunkman Sam used to say he could tell if something had skunk number one in it just by the terpene profile graph from a gas chromatograph. He'd be like, yeah, there's skunk number one in that. And, in his defense, skunk number one was in about 98% of Dutch genetics at the time of it really becoming popularized. So, yeah, having something special like the selenodiene dominant terpene in the white thorn rose, or being able to create something or find something that is novel, brings the value of a cannabis breeder towards their olfactory, their ability to perceive these flavor profiles. Because if you can't perceive them, it's going to be pretty hard for you to discover them. And I guess the Kootenays has always been a place that has had some pretty special expressions when it comes to cannabis plants.
If you'd like to come and experience the expressions of the Kootenays, you should come in August, like the 7th through the 11th, right in there down to Rosebud Lake. That's where the Rosebud Comparison Bowl is happening. And I don't know exactly, like I know you can be a VIP and get a full kit. Che, you might have to help me out. But I do know that it's like a 3-day camping event, and that event is like one of the reasons why I ended up here, is because I was able to plug into this Kootenay culture and the feeling and the vibe and the nature and the people and the weed, and it was just completely, and being able to experience the flavors. So I think that's one thing that people can get. If you can get Kootenay weed in your stores, you can experience the culture by smoking it.
Right on. Yeah, we do our sommelier program, and it actually comes with samples of really some of the best growers in the whole world. A little less than an ounce comes in there, and you go through each sample all blind, and we grade them. But we allow anyone of legal age to do that, to be in the sommelier program. The reason is we really want real feedback from the consumers. Like, these are the people that are actually buying our stuff in the stores. And I realize there's a gap between, some of the really heady people like on this call, what they're after, and actually what the average consumer's after. So anybody can buy a normal ticket and add on the sommelier program to actually be part of that. And we have a different bag that comes every year. You get your kit and your sommelier package with all the information, comes in the mail. And it's part of the experience. You come to the event and we do a big awards ceremony, and you meet the actual growers that grew it. And really, like, the thing behind this all is improving our quality of lives. And so our growing community, and this is how this started, it's, well, that's great that you won, but now you got to tell us how. What's your genetics? What did you different than we did? And how can we all grow better? And then it evolved into bringing in legal advice and people talking about marketing, and really like to support each other in this industry, and then also find those connections that networking that happens when you're in the same room with your community, especially under like a festival setting. And for those of you who've been to festivals, maybe you know what I mean. There's kind of this magic thing that happens in the air, and you bump into who you're supposed to bump into. So it's a pretty neat opportunity, I think.
The first year I was there, I met the winner who had won the solventless rosin. It was 90 micron, and I asked him, I'm like, what do you do with your other microns? And he's like, I threw everything else in the garbage. It's too good. Like, but that's the culture here. It's like, it's just something else. It was really funny. I have to say though, like being so I'm making this documentary and I'm meeting all sorts of characters. And last week I met this woman named Faith. And she is an indigenous woman. She lives in Washington State. She's of the Sinaiaks tribe. And there's no Sinaiaks in this region, even though this is like an unceded Sinaiaks territory, where this little valley that I live in. And because the Sinaiaks, they used to travel back and forth from Kootenays down to the Spokane region between seasons. So in the winter, they'd be down there. Well, they were all down there in the wintertime when the border was created over the winter, and they got stuck down there. So she can legally travel back and forth into Canada, but she's not allowed to reside in Canada. And her family down in Washington has been growing cannabis for over a decade now, legally, as part of Washington's legal program. And she has all sorts of opportunities to come up here, but she can't because of this. Like, she can travel up here, but she can't like grow up here, and she can't reside up here. So she can't be part of any licenses. So I'm like, that's such an interesting piece of this culture that is just unsaid. It's just, there's a whole bit of it that's really complicated in the Kootenays as far as the indigenous region and indigenous people as well, and how their story plugs into what's going on here. Because a lot of the cannabis that's being grown right now is also being put towards the red market, as far as I know as well. So that's an interesting side note. Not unlicensed is what I mean.
Yeah, and there has been three big things that have happened here in the Kootenays. There was that native and aspect, and then there was the Japanese prisoner camps, and then there was also the Doukhobor prisoner camps, which they took people away from their families, and that just happened in New Denver, which is an hour from where we all live, maybe 2 hours, whatever it is. But yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting history in that way from people that were free roaming, autonomous, more like mountain, not really connected to the government style people wanting to just be left alone, but in the end kind of like got like forced together. But whatever, I'm
Funneled
not,
into a system.
yeah, and
It is a really important part of the cannabis culture up here, is the red market, is the indigenous culture. I do believe they're pushing forward a lot of pathways that Health Canada is going to be inevitably having to follow, because they're realizing that the dollar is down those routes, as well as, I'm hoping that with that more of a free market in the indigenous market, that is going to just help guide the market. I believe that there is a lot of things that can be done better on both sides. Education, because Che just kept talking about that, and I believe that it's just really huge. And I know that the Rose Bowl is going to be a massive, we're talking about festival, and he was mentioning the sommelier, but there's a lot of education and panels that are going to be happening there. So people who are wanting to come and get educated on a lot of what we're talking about, with the different markets that are here in British Columbia and Canada, and talk specifically to the Kootenay growers, going to be panels, workshops, all different kinds of things going on to address more of this. But I do, like you said, Pam, is a really big part of this whole discussion that we're just sort of mentioning at the end.
I think Caleb and Dominic should definitely come up in August. Just saying, you guys are welcome.
Mhm.
Oh, I gotta hop off here and go do the rounds. Thank you so much for having me on, and yeah, much love to everyone else.
Hey, thanks for coming out, Kelly. I'm not
Yeah.
sure what the rounds are, but I'm quite sure it probably involves cannabis in some sort of
Yeah.
a way.
It does.
That's
Kelly,
what's
I
up.
just wanted to thank you. You know, you're always the guy behind the heaviest workloads. You know, you're always the guy that's putting in the extra energy and effort, not just for the community, but also for the plant. Like, we see you, we appreciate you beyond
Oh,
words,
I
really.
love you guys so much.
Producing an incredible products out of things that sometimes are marginal. You guys have really done some incredible stuff, and I see you in the hours that you're putting in to bring up this community. Thank you.
Yeah, you both are a huge reason why I'm in the Kootenays, so I'm eternally grateful for you all, always. Yeah,
Love you.
much love, y'all.
Bye, Kelly.
Thanks, Kelly.
Yeah.
Next on Hash Church. It's puffing on your bowl, Caleb. I feel like it's probably something exotic and delicious.
I actually got this 3-strain flight
Oh my
from
God.
Rotten Skateboards. It has Harlem River Haze #3,
Wait.
Holy Communion, and Pineapple Piff.
Pineapple piff? What's that like?
It's the fruitier of the bunch. The other ones are very much in like the carrot, parsnip type. And
Oh, yeah.
yeah, it's nice. Maybe
Interesting.
even a hint of that straw guava we were talking about.
Caleb pulls out a flight. He's like, the Kootenays needs flights. How cool would it be? A 3 garden flight,
Yeah, it helps tell the story.
right?
Well, the Kootenays has got to bring Caleb to it, and then there will be flights.
That's it, man.
Plenty
You got
of
to go take a
flights.
trip to the Kootenays. You guys both would do well to take a trip to the Kootenays. It's a very unique place.
You're
Uh,
invited
very
anytime.
unique
We have
people.
plenty of room at our
We
farm.
will. I will take you up on it for sure at some point. Between here and August is the crunch time to conclude the project for me. So that timing might be really good, actually, for me to celebrate. I'm sure Caleb would
Beautiful.
be stoked to get up there too.
Nice.
Dude, that would be
Yeah,
awesome.
Pam. I was one thing actually before we move too much further on this. Pam, how's your access to leaves for juicing these days?
You know, it's the same as it's ever been. If I don't grow my own, I don't have access in general. So I'm growing my own and I have access. Um, I have discovered recently there is one character down in California right now, Chris Boucher, I think his name is, that from Juicetiva. He's growing 20 acres of hemp and turning it all into
Huh,
freeze-dried juice.
yeah.
Um, so like there are some people doing some things with juice, but it's the same. I have to grow it myself and then preserve it over winter. But I'm like now I'm kind of hash in the winter and juice in the summer. So it is a seasonal product. And I think that's kind of like I eat seasonally as well. So I've kind of adapted my approach towards cannabis juice to be that as well. Like it's a springtime, summertime, fall sort of food, if you will, as opposed to something I consume all winter. But sometimes I'm craving it in the wintertime. So, you know, thanks for bringing it up because not enough people talk about juicing. So,
Yeah. Well, I mean, I remember your journey. Others like Kevin Jodrey was on it for a long time as well. But yeah, that became the problem with legalization was access to leaves for juicing.
it's definitely taken me to some interesting places. One time I was at a Vimeo meeting and I'm just like sipping on my juice, and this guy's right across the room and he's like, "Hey, what's that? Is that cannabis juice?" And so I'm like talking, and there's a gentleman behind me, and he's like, "What is that?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's just some cannabis juice. Would you like some?" And no. And so we start discussing this, and here I just met Dr. Ethan Russo by handing him juice.
Oh, that was Ethan Russo. That's great.
One of my like it was my best way to meet him for sure because we had like a rich conversation immediately, and it was just yeah, it's juice has taken me places. My next place, I think I'm going to be in a room with Stewart at some point with juice. I don't know what that looks like, but she needs to start juicing too.
A room with who? Sorry, that.
Martha Stewart.
Oh, Martha Stewart. Hell yeah.
Yeah, she needs it.
Everybody needs it.
Everybody.
Everybody needs weed.
Well, nice long hash church again this Sunday. Super stoked to talk Kootenays. We got another half an hour, so we'll blast out any of the contacts you guys want to share or any future projects that you guys have going on in regards to, staying alive and staying productive and, successful in the Canadian cannabis industry here that we have going on. It's
I'll chime in and say that so Smoker Farms, we're known for one strain, our Master Kush Ultra, which I've been growing for well over 20 years now. We're changing things up a little bit here. My buddy Jay from Okotoks that makes our vape carts, he's setting me up with some strains. We're getting Sweat Helmet, we're getting Stinky Fuel, which his strains he's grown for 20 years in the legacy market as well. They're heavy hitters, just like my Master Kush. It's very unique strain. So we're pretty excited, man. This year we're gonna be growing something a little bit different for the people, man. Even though I know everybody just wants the Master Kush Ultra, we're gonna change it up a little bit and throw caution to the wind and see what happens. Hopefully it works in my system of the way I grow with the Grodan and the dosatrons and all that, but I'm sure it will. I'm pretty confident in my growing skills, but yeah, just trying to change it up a little bit. And like you say, it's survivability, man. It's a tough market for anybody, man. Survivability is very challenging. We all hope the rules are going to change one day, but let's just be accurate and say they're probably not going to change. The powers that be, the government, they just want our tax dollars. They don't give a shit about anything else about us, man. And it doesn't matter what government's in place, really, man. But yeah, grow, and hope for the best, man. I'm a proud grower here in the Kootenays. Legalization happened, and all the mom and pop places left. Everybody, the dump here has been so full of used equipment for the last few years. It's sad to see that everybody had to pretty much shut down their business, man. We're kind of the only ones in the West Kootenays here that are still growing. I'm proud of it. We got about 250 years of legacy experience in our team that helps us with our crops, that helps us do everything we do, man, to put out our product, man. We're thrilled by it, but yeah, it's sad that we're the only ones around. I wish there was some other legal growers around us, but
You out in Beaverdale? Right. Yeah, you're out in Beaverdale, right?
We're right near Beaverdale. We're in Carmi, so we're about 8 minutes away from what they call the big town of Beaverdale. But yeah, it sucks that I'm the only one that's done this. But I say we're in the middle of nowhere, but we kind of are. But it makes our weed special too. The terroir, the water, no chlorine, the well water, all of it, man. It makes us as special as we can be, just like everybody else in the Kootenays, man. We're all playing with the same thing, man, which makes us very special, I think. And I like to tell everybody that I'm from the Kootenays, where I am, just everything about it, man. It's a natural living space out here, which makes great weed. We grow great weed because of it, all of it.
How big is your team?
I got about 7 or 8 people that I can call in the community, and nobody's full time. The only full time people are me and the wife, because we can't afford to have full time people. But because we're a smaller mom and pop farm, there's not enough work to do all the time, except for me and the wife. But what did I say? I'm 93 feet from my couch to my facility door at my grow, which is an amazing thing. I always wanted that. I grew here for 16 years before legalization, and I would have to drive 2 hours to get here and back to my home in Kelowna. Now I've got my grow right here. I have seats and tables and stuff in my rooms. I sit there, I just stare at my plants, I play on my phone a little bit, and I'm just like, wow, like this is just the most amazing place to be in my room. Cannabis, the smells, just everything about it. Every time I come in the house, my wife tells me, "Oh, you stink." And I'm like, "No, I don't stink. That's an amazing smell of weed, man. Like my whole body is permeated with weed, which is perfect." I take the plant seriously, man. The plant is my life. It really is, man. And if anybody on the panel has got to try our weed, man, I hope you have, and I hope you've experienced going, man, this weed is grown with love. And it is.
We have smoked it, and we
Yeah.
have met you. We haven't hung out a lot, but we have come
The
across you.
experience was memorable.
And also, the Master Cushion itself is a strain that we have like a lot of experience with historically out of Oregon, and love it. And I know that the Ultra is like even more like specific and
Ultra.
special, yeah, Ultra. But anyway, but the Master Kush is a spectacular strain, and you really don't see it too much.
You don't see it too much. I brought this, like I came into the market as a legacy guy, man. Full legacy. The Master Crush Ultra is what I've predominantly grown now for the last over 20 years, man. In the black market and the half legal market, hiding behind the license, whatever. Yeah, it's a very unique strain and cultivar. My buddy bought these seeds at Oasis in Kelowna, just a hydroponic store. There's no phenotyping back then, and he grew this. He gave me this little cut, and it's the most amazing weed I've ever grown. That's why I've devoted my life to this one strain. And a lot of people think, well, you're out of your mind, man. Like one strain, how you ever going to pull this off? And they told me at the beginning, oh no, you're going to have to change up your strains every 6 months. The BCLDB told me. I'm like, no, I said, I'm just going to grow one strain, and you guys are all going to figure it out what it is. And it's become an amazing strain. I've refined it so much more now, but I'm tissue culturing once or twice a year just to make the strain as magical as it can be. But growing it for so many years now, I kind of know how to set up my room. I kind of know how to get the best out of my plant. And yeah, if you've smoked it, man, that's awesome, man. I couldn't be happier, man. But I know one thing about my weed, it'll never win contests. We put it in so many contest things, and it's just, I don't, for some reason, it doesn't win the contest. But the only real contest I want to win is the consumer. Our weed sells out every kind of where it goes. There's no RTVs. We're very happy, man, to put this product out and get it in people's hands. And we have medical people that tell us all the time, man, your vape carts or your pre-rolls, they've helped my life so much. They get to the root of my issues that I have. And I'm like, well, that's amazing. And that's kind of why I grow, is to hear those stories, man. And we hear so many of them, man. It's an amazing thing to hear, man, when somebody tells you that what you do for a living helps my life. I'm like, holy shit, man, that's awesome, man. And it happens quite often to us, and we're blessed, man. But so proud to be part of the Kootenay Collective, man. We're gonna tell the world the Kootenays grow some of the best weed, and we will continue to do that all day long.
I sell your weed at the store 2 days a week, and I love telling people that, oh, have you ever smoked this before? I'm like, this is grown by Jeff. He's over in Beaverdale. Like, this is super.
Awesome, man. I love you for that, man. I do, man. And I feel if people meet us and they see us, that we're nice and happy, we grow really great weed, that maybe the levels of stigmatism with weed it'll come down a little bit. And it's kind of the reason I'm such a big Instagram or Twitter guy, always trying to push the limit and show people what we do, man. Weed's not that bad, man. Weed is okay. Health Canada doesn't want to listen sometimes, but that's okay. I deal with them. But thank you for selling our weed, man. Appreciate it, Pam.
Awesome. What sticker did I see when I was in Colorado? It was this mom and pop, and their stickers were, our mom sells your mom weed. That was the sort of motto of their like, and it was this woman who was like a weed seller, and it was like in way high up, like at 10,000 feet. I wish like Fair Play, I believe was the little town where they based South Park out of. Pretty funny.
Oh, that is funny.
But thanks for sharing, man. Appreciate it. Definitely yeah, we're in the fight here. We're in the good fight together. I'll be joining you guys all here in this Canadian market here, hopefully in the next 4 or 5 months, but it is
In what form?
in hash forms. We've been doing a bunch of different R&D on all sorts of different hashes, traditional hashes, blonde hash, black hash, red Lebanese hash, pure hash joints, hash hits, bubble hash. Yeah, just in all the forms that hash is made available.
I would love to try your product one day, man. I absolutely would.
Yeah, well, the
You're a
next time we
legend.
bump into you, we'll
Yeah, and hey, everybody, if you're ever driving by Beaverdale, Karma area, man, give me the heads up. You're always welcome to come check out our farm, man, and we can roast a fatty at the same time. No problems, man.
yes, the old roasting of the fatty.
Oh, yes.
That's so good, dude. Roast a fatty. I love that, man. That is
Dog walker is an actual thing here. It's a 3.5 gram joint. It's called a Kootenay dog walker, and it's ridiculous.
We do.
I've never heard of that. That's funny, a Kootenay dog walker.
It's
That's
a
a
good
big
brand
dude,
name.
man.
That's that. You guys should be branding that right there. Someone should be doing that. The Kootenay
I'd
dog
say.
walker.
I agree.
A lot of weed in one joint, though.
Health Canada might have a problem with this shit, though. That is the problem.
I'm super into specializing in those kind of doobies and joints and doinks, whatever you want to call them. I guess
The donuts.
there's do you guys sell donuts or hash holes at your store? Does anyone? I don't know if anyone asks them. Terps Army, what's up,
Oh, look, there's
Lorenzo?
donuts. Yeah, nice. There it is.
There's some
No one else saw it, so I better hold the donut up for them. I just bought my first pack of papers in like 28 years. Did I get a good one?
Yeah, organic. That helps. Organic.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, good. Yeah,
OCB is a good company. They do a lot of sponsoring of events as well that are crucial and
I just roll my little haze joints, right? I just finished my last one was the Conroy from Chimera, which is the Congo crossed with the sweet skunk. That was lovely. And then I still got a little bit of that Band-Aid haze, and I'm just finishing up the Tom Hill haze. So I just puff little pinners, and it's just a nice vibe. I feel like if I want to get blasted, I just come take a quick dab.
We're gonna style you out with our Zellies, which is a it's got the super lemon haze. It's got the Jack, which is a haze. A lot of hazes in the Jack.
Heavy terpenoline.
Basically, super high terpenoline, and then mixed with skunk-ish flavors. Not skunk number one, but skunk-esque.
Biolized your terpenoline.
Yeah, I mean, we've been working with it since 2014, so
It's what I love. So
yeah,
all the best
you.
things have it.
We have a super good orange mango mac, which is incredible crystals on that one, and also it's got that terpenoline-ish flavor, which Kelly loves.
It actually got put to the back and hadn't really pulled it out, and just pulled it out the other day. And opening up the bag literally ripped my face off with terpenoline. I feel like I had gotten like a skin pore bath from the terpenoline. So that's been really nice. It's so racy that it does help for me to like take a hit and then go run on a hike and come back.
Another one was the golden lemon juice. Was also a super nice one that was also in that
finished, and the lemon shiv.
The lemon shiv we liked a lot, and it was mixed with the Frenchies grapes. We've had a multi-year pure family regenerative kind of breeding project going on from Terp Wizard out in Michigan to Kirk down in Southern Oregon to Cha, who's on here often, Russell, created
Green Life Productions.
Yeah, and and we created the Frenchies grapes in that, and then Cha put the Frenchies grapes in like
Cheese Whiz Rice says, I have a cut of Grateful Zelly that I found in a seed pack from DEM that I love. We call her Valerie.
nice, which is also a good Jerry tune. I like Jerry's Valerie.
I'm sure that it's named after that or somebody that they love, but I love that name.
Give thanks, and there's a lot of good Grateful Breath crosses in there, which we have been selling a lot of, and we're gonna have more available. The Magic Dragon.
We're actually gonna just to like give a shout out because people have been hitting us up. It's been so insane. We have so much stuff going on. I can't even keep up, and the timelines and the time is shrinking, and everybody's feeling it. Whatever is going on, we're gonna have a big auction next week online on Instagram, and we're just gonna get rid of all of the amazing seeds that we made last year and past years and just get it out to the people. So that is going to happen. And just that we'll just keep telling people because it's been hard to get out all of our seeds.
The Magic Dragon is super nice too. It's the Dragon's Fist papaya, and the Dragon's Fist is super crystally freaky. And the papaya is
Freaky
well
crystally.
known and amazing. And then mix that into that kind of terpinolene. So we've been trying to make the terpinolene zelly hashable.
Yeah, we're trying to
Because
get
really
the
the zelly
terpinolene
doesn't.
super hashable.
Thank you, Caleb, for noticing that. So that's what a lot of those Grateful Breath crosses are and stuff, which is a Grateful Grape, kind of coming out of the early Gage Green genetics. There was a lot of, and then Mr. Spliff in Seattle did some work with it. And
Well, we got 10 more minutes to like get lit. So I think everyone that is going to should
let's smoke.
engage, unless you're already discombobulated enough. But if you're not, I'll leave my
So some of the quicks
Hit
we're going to work
that
with this year is the Moonbow. You know, we have like
the
a bunch of
Moonbow.
crosses of Moonbow from Archive Fletcher, and then crossed with a Black Dog, which is Biovortex, but through Green Source Gardens with Nick and Liz. And then the Pineapple Runts, the Banana Daddy, and a few others. So look for those, Che, when you come over. Be ready for that when you
The
come
Banana Daddy, hey?
over. Yeah.
Right,
Grateful
well,
Gack.
I'm about
Grateful.
to. I
Or I
pulled
mean,
out.
Grape Gack.
I pulled out the ship. I haven't puffed on my mothership in so long. My buddy Brian from DNail sent me this like glass cleaner that you just soak in water and it cleans out like water stains and made my mothership look brand new again. So I am stoked to rip it with you guys.
Yeah.
I'm rocking the Master Kush Ultra vape here, as you can see, the color, just beautiful honey oil CO2 extraction.
And shout out to Drake in Southern Oregon for the genetics on those that we're working with.
Hell yeah.
Drake's amazing. And Shepherd down in Southern Oregon. And there's some really big pheno hunts going on.
And huge shout out to Tara Lee.
Yeah.
Girlfriend. Thanks, Mule.
Yeah, she's holding it down in
Love you.
Central Washington.
Is she in Wenatchee?
No, she's in Moses Lake. In Moses Lake, they're on the water, which is a sweet little spot.
She's been helping, upholding, making sure that people are getting the genetics that they need to. So it's been really great.
Excellent.
I'm grinding up some Durban. That, Kevin Jodry grew in his backyard, his front yard, as part of his what he can do in Southern Humboldt.
Hell yeah. I
Is it
gave Kevin
terpinolene?
some Congo one time when he was in Canada, and I asked him a couple weeks later when he was back home. I was like, "How was that, dude?" He's like, "Mark, let me tell you, I was in the cab and I wished I could jump out of the cab and run next to the cab all the way to the airport." I was like, "Dude, that is awesome, actually. Like that's epic, as everything is that seems to come out of your mouth." I just like the way he says things. He's just he's a
Kevin's a funny
guy, and he's
awesome.
He's a funny guy.
We were camping next to you for that. You had the plants in your camp and you were styling people out to where people were like, seriously?
When I was giving like the Congo plants
Yes.
away and stuff.
Yes, they were like, wait,
People weren't
you
believing.
just show up with like Congo? Like, oh, no, no big deal. Here's a Golden Globe Award winner or whatever. Just,
It was at the Unicorn Cup, right?
yeah,
It was.
it was.
Yeah. That's right. Because that was
Pretty
Ron.
sure that's where he got it.
Ron wouldn't let me come without plants. He was like, you got to bring some plants. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? He's like, imagine you could have them around your tent and you could give them away. And I'm like,
That's
actually,
it.
it's pretty awesome, dude. Yeah, I'll take some plants. So I took like 8 plants from his
Yeah.
house and and then he was like, next year, I want to bring like huge plants. I want to have like 10 footers that we bring in a truck. And I'm like, well, just calm down, Ron. Like, just a second. Like, I think the clones were cool. And I think personally, what an amazing way to promote a genetic exchange. And you can steal this if you like, Che. You invite people, all the people that are going to camp, to bring clones to put outside of their tent with the name on it. And then you can just trade it out. You can like, hey, I'm going to get this. I'll give you that. I'll tell you, the guys that I gave the Congo to were in absolute disbelief. They'd been looking for it for several years. They truly wanted this cut. I remember talking to the guys like, oh man, I would do anything for the Congo. And I was like, oh yeah. And I walked away. And he was talking to someone else at the time. And I just came back and I patted him on the shoulder and I said, here you go. And he goes, what's this? And I said, it's the Congo. You said you wanted the Congo. And he was just like, what are you talking about? Like
I was there for that. I was sitting in the chair right there.
Is that how it happened?
Yes, that's exactly how it happened.
And I saw the shock on his face.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna like all the blood drained from his face. You could just like see it. He was just
you could see the history of people not sharing the Congo with him is really all I saw. That was the pain. I saw the pain on his face. He's like, oh, I've been trying to get the Congo. I'm like, oh, who wouldn't give you the Congo, dude? Like, shout them out from the mountaintops. Like, I'll give it to you right now. I didn't say that because I wanted to surprise him and just be like, oh, you wanted the Congo? And then I just walked away. He probably thought I was being rude, but I came back. I went through the plants. I remember I went to my tent and I looked through the plants and I found the Congo because I can't even remember what other ones I had there, but they were all like loved by Ron. I mean, the vibration of getting the Congo from me, really, but from Ron, like he grew that plant, he cared for that plant, he loved that plant, and he made me take it to basically find someone to give it to in the first place. So really, it all goes to Ron. I just got to be like the vessel in which it was transferred, which was wonderful. But I did tell Ron.
Great.
Another good thing that came out of that weekend was the Hawaiian haze from our friend Chad. He grows a really beautiful Hawaiian haze, and I remember you smoking it and being really stoked about it.
That is amazing.
For sure.
He really is holding down that strain.
I mean, Hawaiian and haze in one word is just like, isn't that a happy place that sometimes you go to?
That's where our Zellies came from, was North Shore of Kauai. It was from the surfer, painter, artist collective, growing in the trees, up on the jungle, being careful of getting busted, and it was a super lemon haze Hawaiian godbud.
I am going to let something out of the bag.
Dude,
a little bit, just a little
at this
bit,
time,
a little bit out of the bag. Yeah, 12:56. I want to first thank the sponsors, thank Bubble Bags, thank Press Club, thank Puffco for just being awesome supporters and promoters. I wish I had time today to give something away from the Press Club because they're so generous. They've got these double bagged bags that they're doing right now and a bunch of their static free 3D printed funnel that I really like. They're just putting energy into hash making tools, and I love that. But really what I wanted to mention was I wanted to shout out both Bike and James, who have just out of nowhere reached out to me and said, hey, we'd like to create a database for all the Hash Church episodes to make it searchable. Every show will be transcribed. And that's kind of how it started. And it's turned into this, like, valuable. I can't even explain what they've done. Like, I will share it once it's done, but it looks incredible. It's got bios and photos of the regulars and all of the guests and the full breakdown on the shows. And they're starting to transcribe everything. This is really going to make everything that we've shared on Hash Church for the last 10 plus years accessible. And you'll be able to aggregate this data in a way that is maybe more meaningful and easier to access. and just in a more powerful way, maybe this information that everyone has chosen to share on this show over the last decade plus will be able to really be used in an incredible way. And so I got to give those guys a shout out, because there's a forum in there that they've got, like a hash forum. There's a blog, there's a full links to all the podcasts on the top bar. There's links for cannabis education, industry legends, over a decade of content, all the latest episodes, the cannabis podcast that goes deep, kind of a little listen now area, the history of it, how it's got started.
What's this website?
This is a website that has been created for me by two of my friends that is going to help blow
It's not
up
live though.
It's not live right now, but if you want, I will send you the private link and the password so you can look at it. But yes, they I'm probably even, they wouldn't mind if I shared it. But yeah, there's like people who show up every week. You're in there, Caleb. You're right, like below Etienne and right next to Fletcher, who somehow looks like Larry Bird. I'm sure there's a reason for that. But a bunch of different blog posts, hundreds of episodes. Start anywhere, so you can go into browsing the episodes. You can go into the search function, and what should be able to happen is anything you want to punch in, the name of a disease, the name of a person, the name of whatever, it's going to be like, boom, transcribed, and you'll be able to search it, find the episodes that it came up in at the times that it came up in. It's going to be really fucking
tremendous cool. Oral history resource.
Tremendous, dude.
Tremendous.
It's ridiculous.
Wow.
Like the guy they reach out, hey man, like we want to do something for you. I'm like, listen, first of all, you're not doing this for me. You're doing this for an entire community, which is what that's where they're coming from. They want to do it for me. They want to do it for the community. They want to be a part of Hash Church. They're like, they see a spot that's been left as a gaping hole. And they're like, you know what? Like, all we have to do is do this. And we just plug that hole in. And now we're a huge part of this entire decade-long epic educational information database. It's like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you will be front and center. I was telling them the other day, I'd really love to do like an honorary, pay homage to the Skunk Man Sam, to the Wade Laughter, of course. Yeah, anything you want. These guys are absolutely incredible people. So I wanted to take this time to shout them out. And eventually I'll get them up on the show if they're willing to, and we'll talk about this work that they've done, because I'm just blown away. I've had people reach out over the years and offer to help, but I've never seen something come together as fast as this. And just the idea of it and the concept of it is the perfect time to aggregate all that is Hash Church into one spot. And I want to thank them for doing it. It's a big deal to me and to the community. So shout out to you guys, and shout out to the Kootenays and to Pam and Mike West for setting this up. And to Dr. Tracy Harvey, who is a big part of it as well. We'll have to get her onto Hash Church one of these days. She should probably been on this episode, but next time we'll invite her. You invited her, obviously. Of course. So yeah, it's great. Let's do another part to the Kootenays here in the near future, and get some other folks out and discuss what we can do to make cannabis a more successful mission here in as an industry, at least, as well as a community. They're both two separate things, but they get intermingled quite often. So thank you all for coming and sharing, and thank you, Skunk Man Sam, for being the inspiration still to this day, every day, for inspiring me and so many others. Hash Church wouldn't be what it was. Most of what I'm excited about is a lot of what Skunk Man Sam said over the years in Hash Church. Don't get me wrong, it's a tremendous resource, what all of us said, but the pinnacle and the tip of that iceberg, the majority of that, is definitely what Skunk Man Sam shared on all those years. And now it's not lost. We're going to be able to bring it together. So thank you, Dominique and Caleb, for coming out from Cali, Smoker Farms and Dragonfly Earth Medicine, Pam and Mike. Colin, I know you're sick in bed right now with a brutal flu, but shout out to you, homie. I hope you're feeling better. Give a squeeze to the family. And thank you, Etienne, for popping on as well. And Dr. Mark, who's traveling today in between probably some super awesome scientific conference that he was at. And Bingo Lombardi for holding it down, and everyone in the chat that spends their days with us on these Sunday mornings. Thanks. May the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. I think that's it. Peace
Thank
out,
you.
everybody.